everyone. Welcome. I'm very curious what's going on because all of a sudden I'm getting a bunch of follows and I'm not sure where everyone is coming from, but I'd really like to know. But welcome. Oh my hair is bothering me today, so please forgive. Hello, Paige Lars. Lovely to see you, as always. Let me just glue that down so it's at the art instead of my boobs. Yeah. So, how's it going? How many people are here right now? 3?
It says 3, but I mean, that's always out of date.
Yeah. That's cool. I mean, like, we literally just started, so whoever's here has been most likely waiting. So
yeah, we have a total of 6 new followers since you started streaming.
What's going on?
I'm not sure, because they all appear to be, like, actual users. Like, they're all, like, several years old.
If you are someone who just followed, hey Armac, if you're someone who just followed, please let me know where you are coming from, just because we're getting a bunch of follows out of nowhere, and I'm just curious why.
I'm like, what are we doing? This working. Yeah. We can do it more.
What did I do right? But I hope everyone is having a good day. I need to clean some brushes that I did not clean after the last stream. But I hope, because I'm the best. Oh, thank you. They just sensed it from a distance. They're like, I sense that this channel, this one. But yeah, so today's just gonna be our chill Chaturday. I heard a noise, but I didn't see anything happen.
Not sure.
I don't talk politics too much. That's true. I talk politics so much, like, all the time, everywhere. It's kind of just nice to separate that here, you know? Which is funny because Twitch tends to be where people come to talk politics. Hello, Rude Ricky and Andrew. Welcome in. And again, if you are someone who, like, just followed me, I'm just curious where you came from. So please let me know if you are here, just because I'd like to solve the mystery. Hello, Atomic Elbow. And Andrew, today I'm gonna be working on, I'm gonna finish Anna, hopefully. Gonna do some more work on the Salt Dragon. Gonna try and see what I can do about Franny, because I'm kind of stuck there. Same applies to Senator Nina. I've been kind of like, thank you, in like a little holding pattern with them for a little while. And then I just like to throw Anna around a bunch.
Hi, Jess.
And there's just Meech. Hi, cutie. What's up? Hello, Jess. Welcome. They came from their mom. I hope so.
That is generally the assumption I would make. Still very.
But yeah, like right before the stream started, all of a sudden we got like how many?
6.
6 follows just in a row. And have no idea from where. Yeah, she actually has glasses that are scattered about the room. But there are already glasses for her, and there's a couple pairs so that she would be able to kind of switch around depending on what mood she's in. But here's 2 of them. So there's the yellow pair that she wears in the art, which I have somewhere, and then there's the teal and the pink, although I'm gonna have to change the teal color since I changed it on here. But yeah, so, and they fit. Yeah. So yeah, just little fun funky ones. So, and I figured, you know, she would want the option to switch the glasses. Like, I don't even know how many pairs she has, but it's astounding. But yeah. So I don't have a lot that I can talk about when it comes to anime and Japanese baseball, which were the topics this week. So this Saturday is going to be, I guess, like extra chill and whatever we wind up talking about. Oh. Oh, this peaks. Oh. Penny, Nina said the other day she was wondering, like, she doesn't know which one is her favorite. I've always thought the red ones would be her favorite because they seem to be the ones that she wears the most. Oh, she was wearing her favorite pair of glasses. Ooh, which pair was it? I'm in a weird mood tonight. Pain either makes me really moody or really sarcastic, and I guess sarcastic is the mood I'm in. That works. I totally can empathize with pain making you react unpredictably. So, I definitely get that. You guys are getting some bonus sminkle before the golem turns on. Oh, I guess that we don't need to have sminkle and split screen anymore. Because Holly's not here. That's why we needed the extra space. I know, she's the best, right? It's ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Yeah. So, let's see. So I've been starting research on Central Park 5. Kind of taking my time with it, just because I can. And then, oh, this is from Paige. Oh, Paige thinks you were so beautiful and so good, and you get all of the love. That's right. You get all of the love. Do you see how she's slowly kind of rolling onto her back? Oh, thank you. Oh, this is when I know I'm doing it right, because she'll lick me back as I pet her. Good girl. Do you want to come here? Thank you. Gotta watch him. I know, he's very suspicious. But yeah. A very cute dog. Let's see. So yeah. Let's see. So I've been starting the Central Park 5. There was something else I was looking up recently. Okay. I'm gonna start trying to get Anna's makeup done correctly. I don't know why I have such a hard time with, like, Funko eyelashes. Your dog is on your shit list. Oh no, did your dog shit to end up on the shit list? Is that what the shit list is?
She shit on the list. That's...
Those who have shat. Smeagol got her butt into the can. She's hoping that Brian or I will try and steal the Wampa from her. Okay, we're working on getting it so that Smeagol has the full screen again. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello, MK Ultra. Welcome. We've just got Smeagol being cute right now. That's most of it. Yeah. So if y'all have a topic that you want to discuss, like if there's a topic that I covered before that you want to ask, more love for the Smees. Oh, this is from MK Ultra. Oh, you're in playing mode. Oh, love for the Smeegs. Oh, so much love. You're so good. You're so good. L7 is the only shit list you know of. What's L7, Baron Kraken? And welcome. No, when I fell, he just slept, and the minute my neighbor came to... Oh no, he woke up and greeted her and wanted nothing to do with you. Oh, your dog should totally be on the shit list for you. That's so ridiculous. So frustrating. Just watching a football game right now. I've heard of football. I've watched a couple games in my time. I've even filmed a couple games in my time. Because
You're fine.
almost did television production instead of technical theater.
Don't worry, y'all. I just scared her when I picked her up. She wasn't expecting it.
That's her surprised sound.
Which is unfortunately identical to her ow sound.
Yeah. Very frustrating. I just want to brag really fast because I got really excited when I saw, but JR started following me on Instagram. MBD. Unfortunately, his Funko does not appear to have arrived today, so I can't start working on it.
Oh wait, actually there was a package. I saw it. I thought I gave it to you, but I apparently didn't.
You did not. Oh! That would be JR's Funko. Cool. Hopefully I won't have to trouble much to start. I can just start. So, exciting news everyone, JR's Funko's here.
I like to pretend that I hid that from you until the stream started. Because that would be number one, definitely on brand for me, and number two, great dramatically, but no, I was just an idiot.
You were on the video club in high school, so was I, kind of. I was in the TV production. I went to a rich white kid school. I was not a rich white kid, but I went to a rich white kid school. Yeah, Philly Eagles and Dallas Cowboys. Most of what I know about the Dallas Cowboys comes from the musical adaptation of, which literally does seriously exist, of Debbie Does Dallas.
That's fantastic.
It's so good. It's such a funny musical. You can find it, I think it's on Spotify. It's so funny. And Sherry Renee Scott is in it. That was her first musical. And if you know Broadway, you know Sherry Renee Scott because you can't not. So here is, it's a bobblehead, so I'm gonna have to fix that. Hi, do you want to check it out? Is it okay? No, that's not for you. She has a sudden fixation, with Funko boxes.
No, come on.
Funkos are just, these little toys that started, springing up everywhere, at cons, especially. They're really popular at comic conventions.
Don't pick up your phone under her butt before she destroys it somehow.
Or butt dials someone.
Yeah.
Because she totally turned it on. I'm really excited for JR's new show. It's gonna be awesome. But yeah, so Funkos are just these little toys, and they're really big for nerdy collectors because they make Funkos out of the randomest characters or people. So it's fun to see what they make. This is Nick Fury with the cat before the eye thing happens. And so that is going to become JR. But the first thing I'm going to do is make it not a bobblehead, which is a pain. So, I'm going to do that when I'm done with Anna. But yeah, so they're just fun little toys that are fun for collecting, and they tend to make lots of nerd fandoms characters and stuff. And so it's another thing for nerdy collectors to have. Wonder if the weird little G.I. Joe guys I have are Funko. So Funkos are generally, so there's different kinds now, but the traditional Funko Pops have the weird ratio, body ratios, but now there are other ones that aren't as weird looking, but it would probably say Funko on it somewhere. You bought your son the Post Malone Funko for Christmas last year, and Posty has another Funko coming out soon. I see the one that he has out already on eBay quite often. My nieces got them for me. I didn't know exactly what they were. I'm curious. Check and see if it says Funko on the box.
I mean, if it
Short, fat G.I. Joes, that sounds like Funko, yeah.
If it has that kind of sideways rectangular face with the two eyes and a tiny nose and no mouth, it's almost certainly a Funko. Or at least supposed to be. Yeah. There are just variations that exist now that do not follow the same format. Because they've been, branching out a lot as they've become more and more popular. I have to locate them in my toy closet of doom. I want a toy closet of doom.
my school was too small to have a film class, but we filmed all sporting events at schools, plays, concerts, anything students put on. Only time I lettered for a jacket. I also did high school boys basketball stats after my sporting career was over. I went and filmed all the sports. I was the person on the sideline with like the 200-pound camera on my shoulder. Like I got tackled multiple times. I got refs yelling at me, all that. And I was always there because I was the one that kept it the steadiest. Like other people would be bouncing around all over the place and I could actually keep it steady. The thing is that I don't know the rules of football. I don't pay attention to the game. I just would follow the ball, like, and that is what I needed to do. And like when games would end, I'd like call my parents to tell them that I was coming home. And I remember my mom asking me like, "Oh, who won the game?" And me being like, "Oh, I don't know. Hold on." And like I just like put the phone aside for a second and like looked around and saw that like everyone looked really happy. And I was like, okay, it looks like we won. Like that's how much attention I pay. But I really like doing film production stuff. It was a really good time. Got it like $4 from Walmart on the Post Malone. Really nice. I got the NSYNC Funkos from Walmart, which I'm like ethically opposed to spending money at Walmart, but I really wanted those Funkos. It's the first time I've given Walmart any money in a long time, like a decade. So I feel like it's okay this once. I just looked them up on Google. Yeah, they are Funkos. Nice! Nice! So now you have Funkos. And careful, it is a slippery slope, my friend. I couldn't help it. I kept coming across this like boxed NSYNC set on eBay and being like, oh, I wish I could have gotten that like before it became really expensive, because it was like selling for a lot on eBay. And when that's a good idea, MK Ultra, and if you take them out of the boxes, just keep the boxes, just in case. You never know. Like I know of multiple stories of friends who got Funkos a long time ago and got rid of the boxes, and the Funko would be worth a couple thousand at least now, but they don't have the box, so it's like a couple hundred instead. So yeah. But yeah, so when I found out that they were still selling the NSYNC Funkos at Walmart, and like I still had the chance to get them at like the lowest price they'd ever be, I was like, well, this is an investment, really. That's not what I said. But it's funny to say that, because I'm not a type of person who says things like that. I told my son to keep his in the box, yeah, definitely. The boxes have art on it. Yeah, they're really pretty. The first Funko that I made, that I personalized, was the dragon for John, and I included with that I personalized the box as well, and I swore off personalizing any more boxes after that because it was such a pain. Like, it took so much more work than I thought it would. What are you doing? You're not going over there. Oh, you just want the box. Over here. The new Beanie Babies, yeah, pretty much. Oh, you know better. Smeagol.
Get down. Get down.
Just let her have it, it's fine. We're Gollum now. Okay, now we're in Gollum mode. Smeagol mode lasted longer than normal. But yeah, so I like fully redid the entire box for John's Funko. And like I even like drew it in the back, like you know how it'll show like here are other ones in the same line. Like I like drew like little TYT Funkos for all the other people who have Twitch shows. And that's kind of what wound up making this happen. The material that they're made of is interesting in a tactile kind of way. Yeah, they're like a really nice soft plastic. Absolutely. Smeagol is complaining to the camera. Yeah. Thank you, Jess. Appreciate it.
That poor dog is losing her damn mind right now. Yeah, you're looking at the damage you're already done to your precious.
Oh, Smeagol.
You're like if Gollum took the ring and then just like immediately threw it into the mountains of Mount Doom. Out of love for some reason.
Well, I mean, that kind of happens. He just follows it. Spoiler alert for Lord of the Rings, sorry. How did I still mess this up? How did I mess up this thing? I don't know. I don't know. So my father-in-law gave me a choice of the tenderloin of his 6-foot mahi he caught. Ooh, just 2 days ago. Ooh, that is fancy as fuck, Raffle Iron Chef, and welcome. And tonight I made an uncooked yogurt lime sauce. Ooh, and fried potato discs. That sounds amazing. Oh my gosh, your handle is so appropriate. That sounds so good. Why must you taunt us? I agree, Paige Lars. I'm just gonna be here apparently all night again, trying to get fucking eyeliner right. Anyway, blonde it if you got it. That's a whole song in the producers.
If you got it, flaunt it.
See? I'm still waiting for Raffle Iron Chef to open Ruffles Waffles. I'd go. As long as it's, somewhere vaguely accessible. Atomic Elbow, have you been here the whole time? Did I already talk to you today? I feel like you just showed up. No, you've been here. You've been here the whole time. Sorry. I mixed it up. Because I wasn't sure if that was you or Armac. Sometimes, the A's throw me off. You've been here.
Yeah, because they both start with an A and then an underscore.
Honestly, yes.
Yeah.
It's literally just you both start with A and N and an underscore, and so sometimes my brain likes to just leap from the first letter to the last. So, yeah. Yeah. At least you're not the same color. That would be a whole other thing.
I can't fix that. Here, hold on.
Not Atomic Elbow. But yeah, please don't take it personally. I kind of want to open a savory waffle diner on wheels now. Ooh, like chickpea batter and chat mix banger. That sounds really good. There's this place in California. They have a couple locations. I don't know how far around California. I know at least Orange County, and I think there's a couple in LA. There might be some in San Diego called Bruxy's, and they make waffle sandwiches. And it's not really a sandwich, it's more like a fold over with the waffle. And my favorite one is called Green Eggs and Ham, and it's ham and scrambled eggs and pesto. And they would put cheese on it too, but I don't like cheese. I'm sorry if that offends you. And yeah, so good. I miss Bruxy's. Bruxy's is delicious. So yeah, what I'm saying is any sort of waffle-based food. Can I have my weed? Thank you. That's a really smart idea. It's so good. Try it. It's delicious. Let me design that menu tomorrow after I order of a weed brownie. Sure is hot done. Oh yeah, it's always funny to me that seasons are reversed in northern and southern hemispheres, and because I interact with people in Australia and South America, and a couple people in Africa, but not a lot. That actually comes up in my life fairly regularly, and every time it's just a little bit oh yeah, and the Australian podcast that I love, they send out Christmas cards, and they always will talk about how it's summer and stuff, and it's always for me.
I literally looked at her.
I'm thinking I can do 3 basic batters. Can you click that out so that I can read the rest? Chickpea cornmeal and standard Belgian. That sounds good. I'm also just a fan of fried chicken and waffles. Anytime. I will always have those. But yeah. Right now, it's gonna get hot AF. Where in Australia are you again? You're not in Melbourne, are you? Melbourne? I don't want to say it like an ignorant American, so I'm trying to say it correctly. North of Sydney. Gotcha. It's really fun looking at a map of Australia, like, and where the population is, because, like, it's just a ring. Like, there's so much just emptiness out in Australia. There's a lot in the west of the United States, but obviously not nearly as much. In a town called Newcastle. Oh, I've heard of Newcastle in Australia. Yeah. That's cool. A giant island. I too live on a giant island. A long island, technically. Not giant. Long.
But not that big.
Oh, no. Not nearly that big. No. Australia's whole middle is like the American Southwest. Yeah. It's just all flyover states. I just put on a new cartridge and I'm trying to get it to the right temperature. It finally snowed here. We were all worried because, like, we were just talking about this, like, 2 days ago? Because, like, it hadn't really snowed yet. There was, like, one little dusting and then nothing. And generally, if it's taking this long to snow, that means, like, we're gonna get slammed in March. But we'll see. Who knows? Climate change makes it unpredictable as fuck.
The closest thing I think that Australia has to a flyover state might be Tasmania, oddly enough. I'm guessing here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Atomic elbow. But that's because, like, they don't have, like, a bunch of states in Australia. Like, we have 50. They have, like, 6 or 7.
And then
like
some territories. And I think a Commonwealth? No, you are a Commonwealth. What's the other one? There's territory and another one.
There's territory and province, I think.
Province, that's it.
No, wait, no, they have states.
Yeah, they have states. And then they also have...
I think they have states and territories. I don't think they have any provinces.
Atomic elbow. That's sort of right. I'm not an expert in Australia, so Tasmania is the only state not on the mainland. Most of what I know about Tasmania comes from Amanda Palmer and Hannah Gatsby. That's my font of knowledge for Tasmania.
Okay, they have...
Okay, Danny, I have a request. Tell us how y'all met and how you wound up moving to New York, if you don't mind. Yeah. So Brian and I met in, like, the early mid-aughts.
2005, 2006, give or take a year. Yeah.
And we met on LiveJournal, and I wound up long-distance dating one of his friends, and so that kind of, like, is what connected us. And then his friend and I broke up, and we kind of just maintained friendship, and just maintained.
Yeah.
And then I moved out here. Tasmania is, every other state is part of mainland. Tasmania is freaking beautiful, though. Amazing national parks. Ooh, I didn't know that it had a bunch of national parks. See, now I know another thing besides what Amanda Palmer and Hannah Gatsby have taught me. And then I moved to New York because I was very, very sad in California. Like, that's an understatement. And one day, it's actually super appropriate that this is the shirt that I'm wearing today. So I was really sad, and basically trying to figure out, what it would mean for me to just give up. Like, what would that look like? Like, how do I give up on just everything? And as I was trying to figure out how I can just give up, like, I happened to have Spotify on shuffle, and a song from a musical called If Then, which is what I'm wearing right here, came on. It's a musical with Idina Menzel and Anthony Rapp. It's fantastic. I adore it. And now I love it even more because of this. There's a song in the musical called Some Other Me, and it's basically about, like, how the choices that you make in life lead to where you are now, but, like, what would your life have looked like if you took just, like, one divergence, like, if you just made one different choice.
So I think, like, Turn Left from Dr. Who.
Turn Left or Sliding Doors. It's basically Sliding Doors the musical, if you've ever seen Sliding Doors with Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, exactly. Atomic Elbow. Like, it's not officially associated with Sliding Doors, but it's the same concept. And, like, the version of her, like, so in Sliding Doors, like, one of the versions has long hair and the other one has short blonde hair. In this one of them has glasses, because that's all you need in theater. It's really, really good. I love it so much. And then this song, like, when I saw the musical, it really, really hit me hard, this song. Because I'm a little obsessed with, like, alternate timelines and universes, and how, like, one choice can lead to who even knows what, like the ripple effect, etc. Like, Sliding Doors is one of my favorite movies of all time. And yeah, so that's what this song is about. And there's a certain verse in it that hit me really, really hard. And it kind of just, like, snapped me out of it. And I was like, I can do something instead of just giving up. And I just started looking at, like, okay, what can I do and where can I go? And I was looking at different places. And the place that I came the closest to that I was looking at was New Zealand. Like, I was, like, looking into, like, the visa process and everything. But then I remembered that I've always wanted to live in New York. And, like, I hadn't even thought of New York because it was such a fantasy forever. Like, for my entire life, I've, like, dreamed of living here. And, so yeah, so it hadn't occurred to me at first, but as soon as I thought of it, I was like, oh, I could do that. And I messaged other roommate who I've known for about as long as I've known Brian. And I asked her, can I move in with you? And she said, let me ask my landlord. And at the end of the day, I had a place to live, and all I had to do was get here, basically. And yeah, that's the story of how I ended up here. Do you want to tell your story of how you ended up here?
Yeah,
Mine's the longer one. More intricate, I think.
Yeah. No comment, Atomic Elbow.
Sorry. I'm not allowed to say anything. If you want to see something funny, though, you should totally check how Brian decided to edit the VOD for Thursday's episode. It's really funny. What exactly about New York do you connect with? The city itself, the people, the culture? I feel like New York is too expensive to move to now. Well, I am from California, and honestly, it's fairly even. Especially, like, the area of California that I was in. So it's not that different. It's definitely more, but it's not a lot more. And then I fell in love with New York. I've mentioned this before, that I took, like, a day trip to the city when I was 8 years old and visiting some friends upstate. And, I'm really glad that I'm not going to be keeping that Funko and worrying about its value.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just decided that day that I wanted to live here one day, and then kind of forgot about that, but it was still in the back of my mind. And then in high school, I discovered musical theater. Can someone do the command dog, just in case there's anyone who is watching and confused? Thank you, Page Lives.
So, in terms of me ending up in New York, I was living in Orlando, Florida, for about a decade, and then around the end of March 2020, when I was working for a corporate office for a national chain of casual dining restaurants, crustacean themed, yes. They basically called everyone up and said, hey, we're letting go about a third of everyone. Third or a half, I don't remember exactly. And they said, so technically we're not firing you though, you're just all on furlough indefinitely for like maybe a year. So if you can just like not get paid for a year, then like you still have a job. I'm like, no, I don't have a job.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I don't have a job. And so I was sitting there going like, I guess I should get a job. Yeah, it seems like a good enough reason to leave Florida. I'll move to New York City.
Because you really have to search for reasons to leave Florida.
And basically, like, I think a couple of months before you would ask me and say, when are you going to move here and go to Broadway shows with me?
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, okay, that's a good enough reason. Just go to Broadway. So I started looking for jobs in New York or the general area. And within a week of getting laid off, I had 3 job offers.
He's very fancy.
First of all, I had 3 job offers because I applied to every state in the entire country.
That's fair.
It's not hard to get job offers when you're doing like day in, day out. Yeah. Getting some distance from our logo is good, but damn, like pretty close to Trump Tower. Yeah.
But he's not here anymore.
Yeah.
So. Sorry, but he's afraid to come back here. Like, he knows that he can't come back here because New Yorkers have made it clear that he can't come back here.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So, honestly, this is one of the better places to be if you want to avoid him. What continues?
That was not the only reason I decided to leave Florida. Well, like, kind of, you have to understand something about my decision-making process for things. It's basically, I'm going to make a decision. Okay, I've made the decision. And it's like, whatever the first thing that comes along, it's a good enough reason to make it. Just like, decision's done, no more thinking. And then I just decided, okay, I'm going to move to New York. And everyone was like, how are you going to just move to New York? It's, you know, you've got to like plan out ahead of time and like figure out a path forward and like save up money. I went, nah.
That's actually about exactly what happened with me. Like, people were like, what are you talking... When I finally announced it, so when I finally announced it, like, people were confused, but I'd been thinking about it for a long time at that point. I'd, like, you know, not only had a place to live, but I, like, looked into, like, practicalities and everything. And so people thought it was just, like, a whim out of nowhere, and I was like, no, like, I've actually put thought into this before I told people. But I'm from south of LA. And I spent, I don't know, a lot of my time growing up in LA. Like, sometimes I just say I'm from LA just because that's easier, since a lot of people don't know where Orange County is. And it honestly doesn't feel like a lie just because of how much time I've spent in Los Angeles growing up and as an adult.
And besides, like, it's like saying if you're from Kissimmee, Florida, no one knows where the fuck Kissimmee is.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Yes.
Say it again?
Kissimmee.
I always thought it was Kissimmee.
No, it's Kissimmee.
Oh. I never, like, questioned that in my head. It was just like, Kissimmee. Like Italian, like, Kissimmee.
No, everyone who does not live in Central Florida...
It's like Houston?
Yeah. Everyone who's not live in Central Florida pronounces it Kissimmee. But everyone who lives in Florida calls it Kissimmee.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like if you live in Kissimmee, no one who is not even remotely familiar with the area is going to know what the fuck you're talking about, let alone know how to pronounce it. So you just say, I'm from Orlando.
Yeah.
Case in point, I never actually lived in Orlando. I lived in Kissimmee, I lived in Apopka, I lived in Winter Park. I lived in several of the like towns in that general area, but I never actually lived in Orlando. Because just like that's just how that works. But yeah, like if anyone asks me where I lived in Orlando because yeah, you lived in LA.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I just like once I found out I didn't have a job anymore. Hello, alien sock puppet.
Hey, welcome.
Once I found out I didn't have a job anymore, right at the end of March, I started interviewing for jobs everywhere in the country. Got 3 job offers by the end of the week.
Can you move over so I can see the big chat, please?
Yeah.
But continue. Thank you.
So yeah, after interviewing for jobs, I got 3 job offers after a week. 2 of them were in North Carolina, and one of them was in Pittsburgh.
Well, Baron Kraken has strong feelings on North Carolina. And MK Ultra, that's how I like to think as well. Like, I know everything happens for a reason is like super cliche and awful, like especially the way that people tend to use it. Like as in like, oh, you're dealing with a super horrible thing. Well, everything happens for a reason. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about like I like to think that everything happens for a future reason. Like it, hopefully that distinction makes some sort of sense. But yeah, Orange County is right next to LA County. And it is the OC, but no one who lives there calls it that. If you've seen the TV show, The OC, it's not even filmed in Orange County, first of all. It's filmed in Central California. But my high school does get mentioned in that TV show, along with the mall that I grew up right next to. But my high school gets mentioned because they talk about the slutty girls from my high school. In an episode. I never actually watched the show, but when that episode aired, it was a big deal for us because I was in high school at the time. Let's see. Let's see. They used to do ads.
No, that's in Tennessee, Paige Larson.
Kissimmee. What's it? Kissimmee. St.
Kissimmee.
Cloud. That basically taught most Americans how to pronounce that. Oh. I grew up without TV. Like, I never watched commercials ever. Like, even today, like, I just skip through them. Like, I can't stand listening to them. But yeah, I didn't have TV until college. Is it North Carolina, the state where that creepy Bedford statue is located? No, that's Kentucky, right?
No, it's Nashville, Tennessee. Actually, technically speaking.
Oh, that's what you were responding to.
Yeah, it's actually Williamson County, Tennessee. It's just outside of Franklin, I believe. Franklin,
okay.
Tennessee.
Atomic Elbow, yes, and it's a Catholic school, which is why they said that.
Outside of Franklin or outside of Brentwood? I used to live down the street from it, so I saw it every day.
I hope he has fun, Jess. Be safe. But yeah. So it was because it was a Catholic high school. So that's why the slutty girls from Catholic high school. Yeah. Classy.
Fun fact about that weird Nathan Bedford
also,
forest.
sorry, no one calls it Cali who lives there either. At least not in Southern California. I think people in Northern California might. But no one in Southern California calls it Cali. And since I've left California, everyone calls it Cali. It's weird. Anyway.
So yeah, the funny thing about that Nathan Bedford Forest statue, when that got put up, everyone fucking hated it, including the rednecks, because it made them look like morons.
I mean,
no one liked it. So, like, that getting taken down, while or maybe a lot of people going like, cancer culture, roar, like, everyone's actually fucking relieved. Yeah.
Okay, Terminus. That's the only statue that should be kept up. It's a classic. It's beautiful. Is that a trope or something about Catholic high schools? Yes. That's very much a trope about Catholic high schools, is that all the girls who go there are big sluts. Haven't you seen porn?
Yeah, like the whole, like, religious...
The schoolgirl, like the sexy schoolgirl, that's modeled after Catholic high school uniforms. Like, I used to wear... Not that uniform, but I used to wear a school uniform that involved a skirt and, like, the button-up shirt and the knee-high socks and all that.
And yes, the rednecks actually did recognize that it made them look like morons.
It was just like this one dude, right?
It's just this one guy. It wasn't even put up by the state. It was just like this guy owned that area. And so he just put this statue up that he made himself. It looks like a moron made it. And he's like, look at what I made. And everyone in the entirety of Middle Tennessee went, Jesus fucking Christ. People on the left, people on the right, everyone's just like, that looks so fucking bad. Jesus. Yeah, that one.
Yeah?
That was literally entirely your fault. Yeah.
Just gonna play you a little song.
Oh, the Nathan Bedford Forest one, yeah, it's right next to I-65. Yeah, the one that looks like a cartoon that's poorly drawn. Yeah, that one. That one was put up I remember when it was put up. because I remember my parents driving us to go drive by it and look at it, and we were laughing our asses off because it looks so stupid. Yeah.
Something like 75% of the statues put up after the 1950s.
I
Basically,
believe-
any time that there's been any sort of civil rights push, there's been Confederate statues that go up.
I think it's a little bit less than half went up during Jim Crow, and the other half went up like around 1910.
Yeah, because that's when like they instituted Jim Crow, I believe.
Right. So it was like they put them up right at the beginning of Jim Crow and then right at the end.
Oh, Baron Kraken, that is brutal.
Jesus.
The more I interviewed for jobs in the South a year ago, the more I appreciated Ohio. Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah. None of the statues were put up after the Civil War. Yeah, and actually Robert E. Lee specifically said, do not build a statue of me. We lost. We should not be building statues when we lost.
Yeah.
So yeah.
If they want to complain about disrespecting memory of the South, putting up statues of people from it is literally, like, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I got 3 job offers a week after I got laid off. Decided that between North Carolina and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I decided Pittsburgh's closer to New York, and so I moved to Pittsburgh. And then I spent the first year of the pandemic there. I had a roommate move up there from my where I live in Florida. Moved up with me as well, and they stayed with me for 6-7 months or so before they got their own place. And then I spent the next about 5 months just like waiting, and then told my boss at work, I want to move to New York City. Software engineer specifically, yeah. Told my boss, I want to move to New York City. And he said, I don't care. Okay, I'm moving to New York City. He's like, why are we still talking about this? And so then I, because of the exact timing, because you guys needed, after I was done living in Pittsburgh, you guys had 2 months before you were done.
It just wound up like timing perfectly.
Yeah.
Oddly, you never saw any statues of Longstreet Lee's second in command because he became pro-union civil rights advocate after the war. Ooh.
Yeah, gee, I wonder why that is. I want to put up a statue
They're
of
really
him.
subtle with their
I want to, like,
everything.
I really want to, I wish I lived in a southern state now so I could go in and say, I want to put up a statue of a Civil War hero. And they go, yeah, this guy. Wait, what's the problem, guys? What's the issue? Why don't you like him? But yeah, so I spent a month in Alabama with my family after Pittsburgh because, like, it's pandemic. I might as well go see them. I hadn't seen them for like a year and a half before the pandemic started, and then for the first year of the pandemic, I hadn't seen them. So I was like, 2.5 years is long enough. So went and saw them, and during May, yeah, during the month of May, moved up here in June. I mean, I could do that, but I'd have to move back to the south. I don't want to move back to the south. Like, I wish I was there to do that for the sake of that one bit. But I don't want to live my life surrounded by redneck idiots. No comments about living in Florida for a year, or for a decade, please. But yeah, after spending a month with my parents, moved up here to Brooklyn. They have a 4-bedroom apartment for 3 people.
Yay.
Because we have an office.
We're fancy.
And yeah, now I live here.
The end. I interviewed for a job in Atlanta last year and said, I'm the member of my family to be here since we passed through with Sherman. Holy shit. You are brave. Wow.
That's fantastic.
We need to tell Nick about that later.
Yeah. Do it again, Uncle Billy.
Who's, like, obsessed with Sherman. And, like, any Sherman meme goes his way immediately. So, yeah. He would definitely get a kick out of that. He's actually guested on here before.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about that, like, yesterday. He was on here when we were talking about medieval torture methods.
Oh, yes.
That was a fun show. For a sitcom.
Yes, actually, like with the film crew, it'd be tight.
Really tight.
But you could pull it off. Like you couldn't have the person behind the camera. The camera would have to be like there, and the person had to be sitting beside it and looking through a viewfinder.
Yeah.
But you could pull it off.
Yeah. Like Friends could be filmed here.
Yeah. Like our apartment is halfway between like a typical actual New York apartment and like what you see on Friends or How I Met Your Mother, which Friends and How I Met Your Mother, it's laughable that anyone has an apartment that size in New York unless you make about $20 million a year.
How I Met Your Mother makes no sense, but Friends, they do explain that they get her grandma's like rent, like stabilized apartment and stuff, like so they make it make sense-ish in Friends. Like they at least try to hand wave it a little.
Yeah.
We also technically have a private patio. It's just that to get there you have to climb through a window, which is annoying. But it is a nice patio. I'm currently starting the process of making JR's Funko not a bobblehead. It's very boring. They're coming out with How I Met Your Father. Like, they already ruined it. Why are they trying harder? They already did it once.
I mean, I'm gonna watch it. This is gonna be a fucking train wreck. And I am excited.
Ugh. Have you seen I May Destroy You? No. I haven't. It's like, honestly, like climbing out a window to access an outside area is like quintessential New York. Like, normally, like if you see it in a movie or something, it's like a fire escape instead of like an actual patio. Which is something that I was willing to. Basically, I was like, I just want a place where I can smoke. And then I wound up not really needing it as much because I switched to cartridges. So, had a friend who lived in a Manhattan apartment. 2FW stood for 2 fucking windows. That's funny. The way that things are numbered here is super weird. Hilary Duff is in it. Ah, I do love Hilary Duff. Younger is really good, by the way. I didn't finish it because I was watching it with my sister while she was visiting, and then she left, and I just haven't finished it. But it was really good. I love Sutton Foster very much.
You forget to do this.
What? Oh. I mean. Let's see. But yeah. It's nice living here. I like it. I wish I could, like, actually go out to the city again, but that'll happen one day. Just a train wreck? No, that is going to be a train wreck of a train filled with orphans and puppies that died in sight of the families adopting them. Oh my gosh. Hey, fun fact, we live a couple blocks away from the deadliest mass rapid transit accident in history. Because it happened in Brooklyn.
I need y'all to know that fact comes up every time she even sees that particular
Only if I'm
line.
with someone who I know doesn't know it.
Every time you and I have been on there together, you've mentioned it. No, it is. Every single time.
No.
It's your
favorite fact
favorite fact about New York.
We do go on the exact line often.
Yeah.
Like, the exact line.
It's your favorite fact to bring up about New York. It's the only one you've brought up multiple times.
That's not true. There's no way that's
Alright,
true.
it's only one you've brought up more than 5 times.
Is that a subway? Yeah, it's technically a shuttle, but it looks exactly the same as a subway.
The difference is it doesn't actually go like underground.
Yeah, it's basically just to get you from one subway line to another, and without having to like go outside and pay twice. So basically it was the 20s, I believe, and few previews I've seen look good. Every time I go see what is this for, I say to go, what is this for? So I think it will be different than How I Met Your Mother. I mean,
if they're going with basically the basic initial premise of like explaining how you met your spouse,
I hope Jason Segel has a lot of cameos.
I hope that he doesn't. And I love Jason Segel, but if they do that, they're just going to try to do the exact same series over with a different cast.
That's true.
So like, it's not that I don't want.
I hope Jason Segel has one cameo.
Yeah. Baron Kraken says, I live just by the East Ohio gas explosion site, level square mile of the city, equal to 130.
Oh, I've heard of that. So the Atomic Elbow, from what I know about it, because I've heard about like the pre-production stuff, like I haven't heard of anything since they started production. But it's basically like the story of How I Met Your Mother, but told from the mother's point of view.
But very possibly not even the same like character, or not even the same mother.
I don't know if it's Christina Milian? I don't know how to pronounce her last name. She does Broadway sometimes. She has a very pretty voice.
My brain reversed things.
If we talk about the actor who played the mother... Oh, well, I just did. So... yeah. Do you know how to pronounce her last name? Is it Milian? None of the same countries. Yeah, Cleveland had a lot of mess. I mean, there's some cities where it's like, there's nothing to do, I'm just gonna go murder people. At least from what I gather. But the accident that happened that way was in the 20s-ish. So the subways were made out of wood. Which makes a difference in the photos of the accident, for sure. But there was a substitute driver who wasn't familiar with the line, and they had just like upgraded stuff, and so he was going about like 40 miles an hour, which is not an unusual thing for a subway, but that particular path you're supposed to be going like 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, something like that. Christine Milioti. Thank you. I'm so bad with names. Is it Christine or is it Kristen?
I did find out that How I Met Your Father does not the main character's name is different than the mother's name.
Oh, okay. So I guess they changed what it is then.
Yeah, it's
like I said, I'd only heard pre-production. And things change so much between pre-production and actual production, and then, post-production. But yeah, so he took this turn going several times faster than he was supposed to be. I was going to try and give you an approximate number, but that's not how my brain works. So it completely derailed, crashed, and almost 200 people were killed, which is a lot more than most mass rapid transit accidents. Yeah, I used to walk Smeagol right over the track because we lived right next to the bridge that goes over it.
Yeah.
So that was a trip when I was watching that documentary, whatever it was, and found out that was a couple blocks away from me. Someone asked about why I like New York. I have not seen Palm Springs, but Groundhog Day is one of my favorite movies, so I know I'll like it whenever I actually sit down and watch it. The damage also makes a difference with wood and metal. Exactly, yeah. So because it was made out of wood and metal, like that definitely added to the fatalities. Wood and metal and glass. Woohoo.
Hold on, Smeagol, stop moving. Should bump my hands while I was trying to do something and move your picture of you randomly over.
But yeah, the city's so amazing. I don't know if y'all have been here, but like there is just an energy here that is so different. And it captured me when I was 8, and then in high school when I discovered musical theater, I fell in love with it. Like the fact that this was the like capital of musical theater made it like my mecca for the next decade plus before I actually moved here. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to live in. Well, I was born in Akron, by the way, Baron.
Terrible choice.
Yes, it was a terrible choice. I regret it every day.
Well, think about it next time.
Oh well. Promise you, I'll never be born in Akron again. Hi, Smeagol.
Growing up, I thought it was a sandwich. It's still funny to me that it's pronounced Akron.
As opposed to?
Akron.
Okay.
Just because, like, I spent a long time thinking it was Akron, and learned, like, no one pronounces it that way.
That's interesting, but like I would never have thought of it. But of course, I was born there. I always knew how it was pronounced.
Yeah. Need that too. Okay, so here's what I've been doing. It's nothing exciting, like I said. I'm just slowly making it not a bobblehead. So I'm just gonna let that dry for a bit. So, I know way too much about true crime, honestly. But it makes watching Criminal Minds really interesting. Because I can be like, oh, this is based on this other case that I know of. A ton of people are moving from New York to Cleveland, like a lot. I actually have, I think, talked to people who have made that move, or were about to make that move. People get confused here when I say that I moved here from California, because most people move from here to California, but I think I got the better deal, so whatever.
I've been trying to figure out where I would move next if I move again. Which,
Not the United States.
Yeah, statistically speaking, I will move again, because like at this point in my life, it's pretty clear that I like moving.
Or you just hate staying.
Look, just stop psychoanalyzing me.
Sorry, too much Criminal Minds. Audie said Madrid. Yeah, it was Madrid, Berlin, or Florence. Yeah. I will want to be able to just move around Europe. No thanks, Alien Sock Puppet, but I appreciate the invitation.
Paige, first of all, it's person or cop, not both.
Not person and or cop. Person or cop.
Yeah.
Do you know where all these functions? Oh!
Yeah. I'm with it.
I mean, I chose to stay here because it's safe from climate change perspective and working for yeah, like most of the places that I want to live are not safe from a climate change perspective.
Because you want to live where history happened.
Yeah.
And history happens around coastlines.
Yep. It's an Eagle's choice. What are you gonna do? Well, here's Audie's Funko. All done. There's Audie. And here's Bea. And then, ow. I'm still looking at like how I'm gonna like highlight it and make it a little more legible, but I couldn't put Audie's tattoo on her Funko because she has sleeves, so I put it on Bea's bed, but it's not super legible, so I gotta figure out how to more. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the eyeshadow was Rude Ricky helped me out with that because I wasn't sure how to make it like really work, and yeah, like it really wound up coming together nice. Because yeah, she had to have winged eyeliner, right? So, and yeah, so Rude Ricky suggested using the shimmer, and that's what I'm working on with Anna right now. It just takes a couple tries. You have fun?
Everyone should note, by the way, she's not taking that over there on the other side of Danny, where she'd be perfectly safe from me.
From you and your tyranny?
Yeah. She insists on keeping it as close to me as possible.
So that you don't take it.
Yeah.
Don't even think about taking it. I hope so. Sorry, I just saw what you did. Buddy. I've been called Buddy by Buttspot as well. Can we see Jordan and Audie together? Yes, you may. Oh no! The Nutella. We don't need the headphones. The headphones are not done, so. Where did I put her?
Literally put it in my hand.
Sorry, I'm an adult who's serious about things. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah. So my original thought had been to like make them decide who gets the Funkos so that I'm not splitting them up. Am I an adult? I am not even a butt. Yeah, like I was kind of like, okay, do I like I wanted to like keep them together and make them decide who got them, but now I'm kind of like, you know what? Maybe I'll just send that to them individually, and then they can like bring them together when they come together. You know? Adulting sucks. Agreed. But yeah, I thought y'all would like to see it. Yeah. But in the meantime, so yeah,
There's sorriness and programming.
yeah, we're not totally done with Jordan and Ani. There's more surprises left that have not been unveiled to like anyone. Well, I mean, anyone in quotes.
Yep.
Like there've been a privileged few, but a very, very few privileged. musical called, oh, that's such a good idea, Aliens Talk About It. Oh, I like that. I think I will do that.
I recommended that like several months ago.
Oh, I don't remember. You know I don't listen to you. So can we talk my game after?
Let me ask you this: did Elliot Ness look good? Like did he come across like as a good guy in the movie? Because as soon as cops are portrayed as good guys in a movie, you know it's not too accurate.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is find a song for you. There's a song that makes me very happy.
I don't know why he pays Laura's, but usually she does sometimes, maybe, but never actually.
Do what?
So press stop it immediately. Thank you. This is gonna be very loud.
Oh. Okay, enjoy this song. It's very pretty. It's from a musical called Finding Neverland, and the cast, like the ensemble, did like a cover of it, and I like it a lot. And I feel like you will too. And that's specifically aimed at MK Ultra for the trying to hold on to childlike wonder as if it were uncut diamonds.
Hi, Rude Ricky.
Hey, Rude Ricky, welcome back. I saw Elliot Ness. I feel like it was. I am not. Is Elliot Ness the
FBI.
Am I right?
Is it?
Which one is that?
In what?
Elliot Ness.
He's the FBI guy from The Untouchables.
Oh, okay.
That caught, what's his name?
I haven't seen the
Tax
Untouchables.
evasion.
Al Capone?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh! Okay, that's why that name is familiar. He was in the TV show Timeless. He was played by, Misha Collins from Supernatural. But yeah, it was a good episode of Timeless. That whole show was really good. R.I.P. I was looking for you. Isn't it great, MK Ultra? Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Yeah, they got to see the Audi Funko. Rude Ricky got a preview. Rude Ricky is one of the privileged few who knows about the surprises. Clevelanders remember him for burning down Hoovervilles and being the General Dick as public safety director. Yeah. Yeah, when I watched that episode of Timeless, I looked him up, because I was very intrigued by, like, Misha Collins' performance of him, and wanted to see what the actual dude was like, which is what I do pretty much anytime I watch a movie and any sort of real historical character shows up. I always kind of like, okay, well, what were they really like? Yeah, Smeagol, you got it. You tell him. Timeless, I loved that show, and they really struggled from all of the whole thing where they kept on being canceled and then uncanceled, and then the time slot was moved around and that whole thing. Like, oh, it was so good. And I really wanted to see where they were going to go with the plot before the final cancellation happened. But yeah, it could have been amazing. Yeah. Like, I was at the Comic-Con panel after they renewed it the one time. And they were like, we haven't filmed anything yet or anything, but you guys saved the show, so we felt like we needed to have a panel. And then the lady behind me, like, one of the actors was just throwing t-shirts that he'd made out into the audience, and a lady behind me grabbed it from my hand and and I'm still angry about it. Rittenhouse is still out there. I know. Look what he did. Like, I thought about Timeless a lot when the whole Rittenhouse thing happened. Every night I make myself more pagan. I'm back to Chicago in 1893 and focused on H.H. Holmes and not the Columbus. There is hot garbage. Yeah, but at least there was Houdini too. Like, I was like, when the show was like, you know, releasing new episodes, I would always try and guess what the topic would be before it was revealed. And with that one, there were so many possibilities. I was a little bit bummed that they went with H.H. Holmes, but not surprised. True crime cells, you know. It was like someone writing about history who just used Wikipedia and knew nothing about actual history. I would definitely agree with that, yeah. Of course he's writing a book. He's probably gonna run for office, too. Once he's old enough.
Yeah, some offices, I think it'll have to be 18th depends.
Oh, good.
It'll take him a while before he's eligible for federal, senate, or house, or presidency. I know.
There you go, now you can't. Mystery maintains. Spiegel loves trying to unmask Brian at every opportunity. Wikipedia is history. He'll end up in prison for something else. Just wait for it. I hope so. Ooh, MK Ultra thinks you're handsome.
Oh, thank you. I will say this, I hope that Rittenhouse does not end up in prison for anything else the rest of his life. Because with a history like his, the only thing he's going to do is try to kill someone else.
Yeah.
So him ending up in prison means someone else is dead.
Or tax evasion.
That I would not have a problem with him going to prison for.
I hope Elizabeth Holmes goes away for at least 20 years. Yeah, who knows? Oh, he'll end up in prison for tax or wire fraud. Butt fraud. Or butt.
Wire butt.
Wire butt.
Careful, you got
Ironic
my arm
that they're
there
both...
trying to get the box.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
good at this.
Nothing good ever came from the name Rittenhouse, and if you know something good... Oh, Rhetoriku agrees. Hi, Rhetoriku, you were here earlier and you disappeared, right? Because I haven't seen you in a while, but I'm pretty sure you were here earlier. I'd say handsome too. I just assumed that Brian had some injury or something, like Red Skull.
No, it's more of a gag than anything else that I'm not on camera.
Also, it's a lot easier to get people to help you with your live stream when you tell them that they don't have to be on camera.
It was actually my idea to not be on camera.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I always tell people that they don't have to be on camera, so I kind of just figured I'd set it to you as well.
Fair.
Only other option is U.S. citizens are screwed. Granted, we are already screwed. But whatever isn't done, he sure screw up. Oh, goodness.
I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time!
So, does that make Smeagol, Penny, or what's the dog's name?
Oh.
Because, honestly, she could go either way. Remember when Matthew Broderick made a really terrible Inspector Gadget movie?
I do, and I love it.
I saw it in the theater. and then never saw it again.
It was so awful.
I mostly just remember my dad talking about how awful it was on the way home from the theater.
Yeah, it was just unimaginably bad. And then I think they made a sequel to that like they
didn't even have Matthew Broderick,
right?
Or Michelle Trachtenberg.
Yeah, they just like I just will replace him with literally whoever we can pawn off this onto, and the person like immediately regretted joining.
No one will notice.
Yeah, it was just absolutely fantastic watching. Like it was just such an incredible crash. Oh my god!
I'm always so impressed when sequels can get like the entire original cast. Like Lion King 2, Simba's Pride has almost the entire original cast.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that's just because Disney, so they can just be like.
So is Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Disney like animation because like the voice work, especially when they're doing like a one-off TV release sequel. Like, they don't really care if the voice work says good versus, like, acting, like, you have to pull out an entire fucking film crew.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
The sequel was...
Jordan was off camera for a long time before he was convinced to go on camera. Oh, I didn't know that. Booze are guns with your host, Danny, and her headless henchman, Trenchy. That's funny. Since that would be a great Halloween stream thing. The Headless Henchman? I like Penny and Brains. Is Brains the name of the dog? Thank you.
Brains, yeah.
I wanted her computer book. Was the sequel straight to video? I'm like 99% sure, yes it was. It was also the era of Eisner, and that was his big thing. It was like Son of Mask, the sequel to Mask no one asked for. I never saw that, and I'm okay with that. Straight to video was such a shameful mark on the casting crew of movie productions. Yeah. They actually, Disney came up with a whole new, like, animation branch, that does all the, like, shitty sequels. So if you see something made by Toon Disney, that means it's a shitty sequel that they did for, like, pennies, just to make money.
Versus, like, the, like, there are multiple levels of sequels.
It's, like, Disney Animation Studios is a completely different thing than Disney, or Toon Disney.
Right, and but like even Disney Animation Studios, like I'm trying to think one of the examples. Hold on, Mulan had a sequel that was still done by Disney Animation Studios, but it's like the junior animation people there that worked on the sequel. That's why like it's not as good.
Yeah,
because like they're basically using it as a training vehicle for like junior animators before they get to work on the real movies.
Mulan 2 got a lot of the original cast back, and then some new people in a way that makes me mad. That, like,
yeah, I was just talking about the animation.
But yeah,
yeah.
Disney sends people to crawl through your bedroom window and threaten you to sign up for the sequel. True story. It's like the Yoda lyric from Weird Al, the long contract I had to sign said I'd be making these movies till the end of time. Yeah. Classic. Are you just looking up all the characters of Inspector Gadget?
I was trying to remember the name of the cat that Dr. Claw had.
Oh.
Because that kind of almost feels right for, instead of Brain, for her.
The third Aladdin sequel, Aladdin the King of Thieves, actually pretty good. I really liked it as a kid. Return of Jafar is shit. The whole Club 33 at Disneyland, I've been there. What about it is disconcerting. I went there before they remodeled it, and then I helped with the remodel, but I never saw the remodel all done.
You know what the main problem with Return of Jafar was? They didn't fucking get Robin Williams.
Do you know why they didn't get Robin
Williams? I
Williams?
do.
Yeah.
They tried to fuck him over.
Argamel. A little bit different, yeah. Club 33, that was one of the best meals I've ever had in my life. And yeah, and it was really cool, just hanging out there. Club 33 is like a secret rich people club at Disneyland. You have to know someone who's a part of the club in order to eat there. And it's like behind it used to be like behind a door that just blended in. Now there's like a fancy like entrance like that they kind of hid, but not really. Yeah, it's just this really, really nice restaurant where it's the only place at Disneyland until recently where they served alcohol. And it, like, Walt Disney was the one who, like, started it because that's where he would bring up people to, like, schmooze. And it's supposed to have something to do with Freemasonry and sexual things? Not that I'm aware of. It's just a nice dinner club.
Yeah.
It's just conspiracy fodder, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories about stuff at Disney, honestly. Especially now with Disney having as much power as they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the special suite in the castle at Disney World that is almost impossible to book. So those are two slightly different things. So at Disney World, they have a fancy dinner club as well at Disney World, but I can't remember where it is or what it's called off the top of my head. But then they have like the suite that you can like stay in if you like win a contest or something, and that's in the castle at Disney World. At Disneyland, there's not men only, no. You can have there are women members as well. It's really, really hard to become a member though, and it costs a lot of money. And so the castle at Disney World has the suite, and then at Disneyland, there's Pirates of the Caribbean in New Orleans Square, and above Pirates of the Caribbean is what used to be the like art gallery, and it was being built to be Walt's new apartment, and then he died before it was done. And so it became like an art gallery and like cycled through a couple different things, and then they made that into a dream suite as well. And so you have to like win something or be Miley Cyrus to stay there, basically. And Bohemian Grove, the one with the fire? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the one that caught on fire? Or no, that's the Coconut Grove. Coconut Grove caught on fire, not Bohemian. I don't know what Bohemian Grove is, I don't think. Oh wow, I totally thought he was in it. What's his name? Rupert Everett. I forgot Rupert Everett was the bad guy in that. Is it true that Pirates of the Caribbean was a ride? Yeah. Oh yeah. For a long time. Pirates of the Caribbean opened in the 60s, and the first movie came out in 2001. So for quite a while.
That's funny to me to read that, because I remember when the movie came out.
And we were like, one day someone's gonna ask. Like, at least we were in California.
What's interesting is my reaction to it was actually just like, Jesus fucking Christ, really? It's a ride. What the fuck are you gonna base a movie on?
And then they made how many?
Yeah.
No, it was one of the last things that Walt worked on. Pirates of the Caribbean. And yeah, when I was in high school, the movie came out my freshman year of high school, and my friends and I were just obsessed with it. And we went to Disneyland like every week, and so we basically came up with like a Rocky Horror Picture Show routine for the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, which I'm sure delighted all the adults around us when we did it. But like it would be like yelling movie lines back to characters and stuff. It was fun. The only Disney movies I still like are The Black Hole and The Dark Cauldron. Black Cauldron, I think is the name of the movie, right? Yeah, Black Cauldron.
Okay, so
right?
I believe that's correct.
Yes. But it is a dark movie.
Cauldron. Maybe it is Dark Cauldron.
Is it Dark Cauldron?
It's no wait.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, Black Cauldron. Okay.
Okay.
So, fun fact about Inspector Gadget, because I've been on...
Sorry, hold on. One of the things that they got wrong in Black Cauldron, you do not, even if it's temporary, and spoiler alert for Black Cauldron, which came out in like the fucking 70s, but spoiler alert, you don't kill off the cute, fuzzy creature, even if it's only temporary. You don't do that. People don't like that. And that's how you're gonna make your movie not succeed. See Lilo and Stitch 2 as well. Anyway. Continue.
Inspector Gadget, there were two movies. One was, obviously, there was the original and the sequel, so 99 and 2003. You have to understand that Inspector Gadget 1 was so bad.
But it was, like, kind of on purpose bad. Almost.
It was on purpose bad.
Keep in mind, I'm remembering this
that badly.
Like, I saw it as a child, and I'm looking back on it as an adult. I never resaw it as an adult.
Yeah. But it was basically like, it was...
It was 84? Oh, I thought it was older than that. Sorry.
Yeah, it was on purpose bad, but they didn't even do on purpose bad well.
Gotcha.
They failed at that. And so, like, Rotten Tomatoes wise, it got, like, let me check here, a 20%.
Wait, the sequel got better?
Twice as good.
Oh, that's wild. I don't think I ever saw the sequel.
That's how fucking bad the original one was. They made an awful sequel. It was still twice as good.
That's so funny. It's like, I think I just kind of, like, group all of Disney's weird dark stuff in with, like, the 70s, even though it was really the 70s and the 80s and a little bit the 60s. But for some reason in my brain, it just all logged in as the 70s, like, but it definitely gave me nightmares when I was a kid. Wasn't the Pirates of the Caribbean right that had to go under renovations for the right racist characters? Yes, and it was more about the misogyny than the racism, at least the Disneyland version. So in the original version, and I never went on it after they redid it, not like to take a stand or anything, but because I stopped going on Pirates because the boats bump each other and I was dealing with back issues, so I couldn't go on it anymore. But originally, when you go up into the scene, it's a bride auction, and so there's all these pirates on one side of the boats that are yelling like different things to the other side, where all of the women are lined up, like tied up in a line, and the auctioneer is auctioning off like this really cute lady who's just like, she kind of looks like Katie Porter. Is how I would kind of say, like Katie Porter in like the 18th century, in like a hoop skirt and stuff. Did they have actors? Animatronics.
Yeah,
These are all animatronics. Yeah. Although Johnny Depp, when they added Jack Sparrow, he would occasionally like go in and like stand in for the animatronic and surprise people when they went past. But yeah, that's what she does a lot with Brian MK Ultra. Yeah. So then, right behind the lady who looks like Katie Porter is like this just like gorgeous redhead in like this beautiful red silk dress and like a fancy hat, and she's like fluffing her hair and showing her ankle. And so the pirates are all yelling, "We wants the redhead," which you bet I had pins and buttons and shirts with that saying on it. And they're all yelling, "We wants the redhead." And so they changed that, and now the redhead is like the leader of like a gang of pirates, and they may or may not all be women pirates. I don't remember. I really wasn't paying attention by that time. But that is what it was. And then before that, they had to change it because the scene directly after that is a bunch of like villas, and you see people running around in circles. And when I was a kid, what would happen was you're passing these animatronics that are going in circles, and it's the pirates running after like village women, right? And like when I was a kid, I didn't realize what it was. I thought they like wanted to kiss them or something, or like, you know, I didn't get that it was implying rape. But so the pirates are all chasing the women of the villas, and then the very last one is another Katie Porter looking woman who's chasing the pirates around, and they're running around. And that one is actually modeled after my friend's great aunt, which I loved sharing that fact with people. She worked on the ride when it opened, and they always put the Imagineers into the rides. And yeah, so what they changed that, I think when I was in high school, they changed it so that the women are like chasing the pirates as they're carrying their like jewels and stuff, and there's no more rape implications. You remember all these, yeah? Did Johnny Depp also dressed up as Jack Sparrow? Yeah, he still does that all the time, I believe. Buying people is wrong. I definitely agree.
It does kind of bother me that it's like, are the pirates supposed to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean ride? Are they supposed to be heroes?
I think it's a gray area.
Okay.
Like,
fair.
even, like, I'm looking at it, like, in all of the versions of the ride that I've known. And yeah, I think it's really a gray area where you kind of decide yourself.
And the reason it bothers me changing it is the same reason that, like, it bothers me that we paint Christopher Columbus as this noble explorer. It's like, no, pirates were not good people.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely get the, like, why changing it and everything.
Yeah.
Like, my knee-jerk reaction is, like, no, it's the way it... But that's just because I have the emotional attachment from being a kid there, you know?
And I don't have that. And that's
it's amazing
why
what was considered acceptable. It's amazing what was considered acceptable in the 90s, Atomic Elbow.
It's amazing what was
in the early aughts.
Yeah.
Like, try rewatching comedies from the 90s and early aughts and see how that they make you feel.
Good lord, try rewatching comedies from like 2010.
Yeah. What are we doing now that's going to be horrible later?
Oh,
so many things.
Probably make a list.
Yeah, you probably could.
It's not government funded at Disney though. Yeah.
That's true. Is a pirate. So a privateer, the only difference is that a privateer had a license from the government. They were just licensed pirates.
Yeah. It was like, you're allowed to do this, and also, like, we're going to tell you who you should be doing it to. But they did the same thing. They're just kind of targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've ever heard of Captain Kidd, he's called the Unlucky Pirate because he wasn't a pirate. He was a privateer. I might have told this story on here before, I'm not sure. Forgive me if I haven't, you heard it, and you're like, oh, this again. But he was a privateer, and he had, like, a crew that was, like, super loyal to him. Yeah, right? Rhetorically, it does seem worse. But one day, when he was off doing his thing, an English, like, fancy English ship went past, full of fancy English soldier people. And they didn't, like, do the proper, like, respectful salute with, like, cannons and stuff that you're supposed to do when you pass by, like, this fancy British ship. And so the fancy British ship turned around to go yell at them. And apparently some of the guys on board mooned them. And so when they caught up with them, they did what's called pressing, where you basically round up a bunch of dudes and you're like, cool, you're in the Navy now. And, like, they had to go join the Navy and, like, work for that ship. Like, basically they were, like, kidnapped. And so Captain Kidd was left without a crew. So he had to go and find replacements, like, in a hurry. And because he was in a hurry, he couldn't be as discerning as he would have been otherwise. And he wound up with a bunch of pirates. And they wound up getting caught, and he wound up getting executed as the leader of pirates. It really sucks, because he apparently wasn't too bad of a dude. I mean, probably not a great dude, but, you know. Commandeered. Yes. My amateur historian history specialty is piracy and economic. Ooh, cool. Alien sock puppet. Captain Kidd's the 17th century, I believe. Yeah. Press gangs, yeah, Rude Ricky. Impressment was one of the reasons for the War of 1812 I was taught in school. I wasn't even taught about the War of 1812 in school. So, not that I can remember, at least. Which doesn't necessarily mean. I still think Johnny Depp got the raw deal in his recent divorce. Oh yeah, the whole thing, like, honestly, I feel bad for him. He was victimized and made to look like the aggressor. Captain Kidd was 19th? Really? I thought he was earlier than that. Because... wasn't he in the 1600s? Because he lived here. That's the only reason why I think, because he was like really, really, really early in the Manhattan history. No, it would have been when it was New York instead of New Amsterdam. So yeah, that would be, no, but that would be the 18th century. 19th century? Okay, it doesn't matter. Johnny Depp is rich and will be fine, I'm sure. Yeah. Kid was the post-Caribbean era. I thought he was the pre-Caribbean era. Interesting. Page Lars, I will be surprised if he never works again in Hollywood, honestly. 1800s, okay. I thought it was the 1700s. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But, like, I believe that you are right. I am not saying, like, you're wrong and I refuse to accept that. I believe that you are right because this is your specialty. I'm saying to myself, it doesn't matter. Not to you, that it doesn't matter. Like, I'm saying, like, stop trying to place it. Like, we've got an answer. What was I going to say? Oh, the War of 1812. Okay, let me tell you a fun story. And I'm going to, while I start talking, I'm going to find an Instagram post that I did so that you can see what this is. So in the middle of Manhattan, right? Okay, good. Let's talk about it. I try to be more aware of how like what I'm saying can be perceived instead of like being stuck in my own brain and not being aware of the fact that like what I was just doing could come across as me telling you that it doesn't matter when I'm telling myself that it doesn't matter. And that was a big problem for me for a very, very long time. And so it's something that I'm working on. Story time, gather around. Yes. So in the middle of Manhattan, right across
yes, Baron Kraken.
from... It doesn't matter, none of this matters, Carl.
It don't matter. None of this matters.
Yeah. Pretty much. Where did I post it? Okay. So, right across from the Flatiron Building, there is an obelisk, and it is a mysterious obelisk. And you might be like, why is it mysterious, Danny? And why won't you just send us the picture? I just found it. So I'm going to be sending it to you right now.
Is this the one they stole from the internet?
No.
Okay. And by the internet, I mean Jupiter.
How do I get to chat? There it is. Okay. So, alright, so there's this obelisk, just like in the middle of like this open plaza, like right in front of the Flatiron Building. And, it's very mysterious because this is one of two locations in all of New York City that is both a monument and a grave marker. Like, it's an actual grave. The other one is for Ulysses S. Grant. So it's very weird that this other one is for a dude that no one's really heard of. He was like a general? Yeah, General William Jenkins Worth, namesake of Fort Worth, Texas. So not like super random, like he was important like in his time and stuff was named after him. Jupiter is my ruling planet. It's the internet. I don't know what that means, I'm sorry. And oh, it wasn't the War of 1812. My bad. It was the Seminole and the Mexican Wars is what he fought in. And like he was buried in Greenwood, which is about a mile and a half that way. And they like he was buried there for a while, and then all of a sudden one day they just dug him up, and they, being the Freemasons, dug him up from Greenwood and had this whole processional parade thing where they brought him from Greenwood to this obelisk that they just decided to install in the middle of Manhattan, a couple blocks away from the Freemason temple. And they buried him under there. Like, most people aren't even aware that he's buried there. They think it's just an obelisk because, you know, random obelisks are a thing. They kind of are here. And yeah, like, it's one of those things where I'm kind of like, I kind of want to like really dig into this, but at the same time I feel like if I do dig into it, like, I'm gonna be put on a list, and the list is a murder list. Like, that's my suspicion. But oh, I didn't send it. Okay, there's a link. But yeah, so there's 3 obelisks in Manhattan. I hope Johnny Depp does get to act again, because he was an actor that could play any role. I didn't even know that he was in Fantastic Beasts until the very end. And now I can't imagine the person replacing him being able to do it. I only saw the first Fantastic Beasts film. I didn't see it anymore after that. So I didn't see, like, his film, so I don't know how he was there. The obelisk is part of the Freemason resurrection ritual. That honestly makes sense as much as anything possibly could for this. Like, it makes no sense that this dude, like I said, there's only 2 of these, and the other one is fucking Grant. Like, why is this guy on the same level as Grant? And Grant, like, while his is way bigger, like, it's in a park on the riverside. This is in the middle of the city. Like, I used to drive past it on my way home from PT every other day. Like, obelisks are everywhere. That's true. So in Manhattan, there are 3 obelisks that I'm aware of. And so this one is the one that's in the middle. There's another one that's in, is it Trinity or St. Paul? I'm pretty sure it's Trinity Church's graveyard, not St. Paul's. And that one does not have a body underneath it, even though it's in a graveyard and it has a name on it. But there's no one buried underneath it. And then the third one is the most interesting one, in my humble opinion. And that one's in Central Park, and it's right behind the Met, and it's Cleopatra's Needle, but the thing is that it's older than Cleopatra. Like, in Cleopatra's time, it was old. And there are 3 of them, and there's this one here, and there's one in London, and I think the third one is in Alexandria.
Ocasio-Cortez?
Yes. Definitely not Egypt. Yeah. So if you plot them on a map and you draw a line, because there's 3 of them, right? It looks at first like it's a straight line, which is creepy, but it turns out that it's not actually a straight line, but it's the exact angle and like pattern of Orion's belt. So that's something. But yeah, very mysterious. Thank you, Rubric. Yeah, weird, right? At least I think it's weird.
You would expect to find that actually
Random
at least
obelisks?
a few times. If you have any, all you need is 2 points. And, those 2 points can be anywhere. The third one is the only part that needs to match.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought that you meant like the random obelisks. Makes sense. And yeah, got it.
No, just like if you have any 3 points, the first 2 are going to be in a straight line.
Yeah.
Because that's the definition of a straight line.
Yeah. So, but it looks like, basically, like, to the naked eye, it kind of looks like a straight line. But then when you actually, like, look closer, because I've not, like, looked at it super carefully, but I've definitely seen the pattern and didn't notice that it wasn't a straight line. The one without a body under it, that may be because the resurrection spell worked. That does make sense.
You mean a Hom die?
Oh dear. A plague upon this earth. It's working. But yeah, so those are the stories of the obelisks in Manhattan. I read like a mystery book. I don't know. That's not a good. It's like a supernatural mystery book, kind of. That was like puzzles all over the city, so you know, totally my shit. And the obelisks were totally a part of it, which made me very happy. Have I ever seen the Benjamin Franklin survey markers? So the survey markers, I believe what you're talking. There are the survey markers from the grid plan. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about like the mile markers? Which ones are you talking about? I'm not totally sure which ones would be considered Benjamin Franklin's. The Ghost Butler is usually the culprit. It's true. Because they're when they were doing the grid plan of 1811, 1812, they sent out a bunch of dudes to like survey the land and make a map and everything, and like I got to see the map in person and I nerded so hard over it. Like, it's amazing. It's like 100 feet long, in a bunch of like little sections, and I saw it like all pieced together and like laid out over a bunch of tables like pushed together. And it was like the original one, like I could see all the pencil marks and everything. Oh, I was so excited. Are they brass plaques set in the ground? No, not the ones that I'm thinking of. But when they did the markers, they basically put these markers out to like line up where all the streets and avenues would go, and it was like a really, really hard job because they were going into land that was going to be seized through eminent domain. And so all the people who lived on the land did not want them there. And they would get like chased off of the farmers' lands and stuff and like have to survey anyway. The brass is what you're thinking of. They're like brass pegs. Okay, so that might be what brass pegs is probably what I'm talking about. So they went around and they surveyed all the land and everything. Captain Kidd was hanged in 1701. Oh, okay. That makes absolute sense. That, so is that we're both right? Oh, thank you, Paige Lars, for the 125 bits. Thank you so much. 1701. So yeah, okay, so he did live in New York City in the 1600s. So that's what I was thinking, was that I was going by his time here, not his actual like being captured and execution, because that's like out of my jurisdiction. Only off by 100 years. In history, that's actually not that many years, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, so he lived on Pearl Street and buried his treasure out on Bedloe's Island, which is now known as Liberty Island, in the late 1600s to 17th century. I hate that it's not 1600s or the 16th century, and I understand why it's not, but it is very frustrating.
It was poorly planned out.
Yes. Unlike the grid pattern, which, so basically, they took these, I thought they were iron, but brass I guess makes sense too. And they like hammered them out in the grid pattern, along where all of the streets and avenues would be meeting. And they did this before Central Park was planned. And so in Central Park today, there's still at least one marker. And it's not like super publicly known exactly where it is. Like they ask people not to like publicize where it is. You can easily find it online though. It's just like this random bolt that's in a big rock. Why would anything ever be planned easy to understand? Well, I mean, honestly, the grid pattern is extremely easy to understand. There's the whole, like, John Mulaney bit where he talks about, like, Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, and he's like, how can you be lost in New York? It's a grid pattern. Like, where are you? Where do you want to be? Like, I don't remember what streets he says, but he's like, you're here? You want to be here? 11 up and 3 over. Like, it's very easy. Captain Kidd died at age 47. So sad.
Well, it's not that easy on the south end of Manhattan.
And, yeah, yes, that's true. but that's not necessarily planned. I mean, it was actually kind of planned because they took the existing paths that were there from the natives that had lived there before, and then they kind of expanded it out in a pattern that resembled the street pattern of Amsterdam because it was New Amsterdam. And so the street grid in the financial district is actually landmarked because of that. But so a railroad nail. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, if you find it, it looks just like a railroad nail in the middle of a big rock. And so if you don't know what it is, it's just something that you'll like look right past. You kind of have to be like, you have to be actively looking for it, or you have to just stumble across it. Like, it's not something that you're just gonna kind of notice and be like, what's that over there? You know? But yeah, Captain Kidd also, really sad. Like, his home was here. His home was Manhattan. And he just happened to be over, I believe, in the UK, like near the UK when he was captured. I'm pretty sure he was killed in London. What they did with his body, they, I think it's called gibbeting. And what they do is, if you've seen, like, they show it in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies where, like, when they're entering a port, they'll see, like, the bodies hanging there that are, like, pirates beware. That's called gibbeting. But it's normally not, like, just, like, a skeleton, like, actually hanging. Like, they're normally in a cage. Because if you just hang a body and let it decompose, it's gonna fall apart into the water. So you put it in a cage, and then that way it stays in place. Dates and everything else that we were supposed to know. I think I have said we're in the 20th century, but we're in the 21st century. Yeah. Hanged in that cage, yeah. Say it with a gibbeting? Really? Gibbet. Huh. I've only read it again. You guys are learning all the words that I only read and don't say. Gibbeting. Interesting. There's another example of it that has nothing to do with piracy. In Germany. I can't remember where exactly in Germany. But, there is a church, and way up on the steeple, like at the top of the steeple, there are these 3, like, man-sized cages. And they're still there. But when they went up originally, they had bodies in them. And it was a hardcore example of gibbeting. Weird. Gibbet.
Yep, that's what it says right there.
Oh, I wasn't questioning it. It's just,
No,
I've only read gibbet,
yeah.
like, to myself, so it's just interesting to reevaluate that. And it's a word that I come across not often, but not infrequently, so it's just funny that I've always just assumed that I knew how it was pronounced. So thank you for correcting me. I really appreciate knowing the actual, true, correct thing. There was basically this rebellion in the town in, I don't know how many hundreds of years ago exactly, but it was a while ago. The 3, like, leaders wound up being captured after the rebellion failed, and they hanged them and put them up in these cages on top of the giant steeple, and then just left them there for centuries. And then they eventually wound up doing, like, a restoration on the church, and they had this whole debate on, like, what do we do about the cages? Do we take them down now that it's been centuries, or do we leave them up because it's history? Like, what do we do? And they wound up cleaning them and hanging them back up because it's history. So, but there's no more bodies in them, or body pieces. But apparently for a while, it was hazardous to walk underneath that part of the church. It just means you are more literate than most of your friends. Well, I didn't have friends for a while because of how much I read, so that checks out. But I read a lot. I read too much. I used to get grounded from reading, and I would get in trouble for reading too much. Hello, Greystorm3! Welcome! We are just chilling and chatting. Talking about pirates being executed at the moment. Yeah. So I just finished talking about Captain Kidd, and I'm not totally sure what I'm talking about next. But we're gonna find out together. I can tell you also about the mile markers that I don't think that they exist anymore. I think that they used to just be stones. But for a while, back when Manhattan used to all, well, New York used to all be like Wall Street-ish, when the Dutch first settled, they did mile markers from their like civil house, and so there, and I think it was only 3 mile markers. And then when the English took over, they wound up moving the mile markers a little bit to where they established their city hall, and so they had to adjust the mile markers slightly. And there's very few indicators that even existed now, but there was a pub called the 1 Mile House that was named after the 1 Mile liquor that used to be there, and that was like a little nod to the fact that the 1 mile marker used to be right there, and that is in the Lower East Side. I think it's on Houston. I believe it's on Houston. It might be Delancey, actually. I think it's Delancey, yeah. So, it's really interesting how history gives us our imaginary boundaries. Yeah, it really, yeah. Like, all borders are imaginary, like, unless it's by water. You know, and it's just people deciding like, this is mine, and everyone being like, okay. It goes without saying, but the smell was so horrendous. People streets away kept their windows closed, and the Christian ideal of the body and the resurrection, having stinking body hanging up, was enough to put people off crimes. Okay, so you've heard of this, the church in Germany. I couldn't remember exactly where, but I was pretty sure it was Germany. And yeah, like, things. I can't remember what it's called though, what the church is called. It's in there somewhere. They did worse though. The people that they captured, yeah, like they were really, really like brutal rebellions. Like if I'm recalling correctly. I've listened to like or read about like the whole story before, but I listen to and read about a lot of things, so they kind of get mixed up sometimes. But yeah, what did they do? I'm trying to think, because there's something like that here I read about. What was it? Many medieval German churches, other countries too, but Germany in particular, buried live children in their foundations. Ooh, like, to bless them? Like, what's the reasoning behind that? I'm curious. There's the... I want to say it's a Neil Gaiman book, probably American Gods, where they deal with that. Like, where you have to, like, sacrifice someone to... Oh, it might have been Outlander. Wow, my brain is just all over the place tonight. I'm not sure where everything goes. St. Lambert's... That's it! Thank you, Alien Sock Puppet. St. Lambert's in Munster. Munster, right? Not like Munster or something? I'm questioning my pronunciation skills now. That's a good skill to have, Alien Sock Puppet. Something to do with the physical strength and sanctity of the building. Gross. Yeah, that's how we do that, by murdering children. Sure. Yes. Let me actually see. Okay. Well, I don't know. Thank you. I'm going to just do a quick little scroll through my Instagram account to see what else I can tell you about.
Also, it was mentioned earlier, pronunciation on gibbeting, and Paige mentioned GIF versus GIF. And I wanted to prove that it's actually pronounced GIF based on the creator's own argument that it's pronounced GIF. It's a very simple proof that it's actually pronounced GIF, and it's self-explanatory. I'm going to show you the image that the creator of the GIF format, the 5-minute acceptance speech he gave when he won the Lifetime Achievement Award for creating the GIF format. His 5-word speech was this. It's pronounced GIF, not GIF. And yes, that's how he spelled it.
Being imaginary, and this person told me to go to China and go to Japan with no documentations, and I literally explained to her that yes, you need documentation, but before people started exploring, borders didn't exist. I gave the example of the US. Yeah, like you shouldn't need papers to go from one spot to another spot. Like, that's what human nature is, honestly. Like, I understand why we do, because of the system and the civilization and the, like, way that we've made the world exist. But it's not something that is natural.
And it's also, even so, it's still brand fucking new.
Yeah.
Like, the whole idea of, like, needing visas to get places is only, like, 150 years old. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, it's new.
A little older than that.
But not much. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to bother with the exact dates.
Yeah. And I mean, like, they definitely had some version of it in ancient Rome.
Yeah.
But, like, in our modern society, it's very new. Yes. Because money. Yeah. Our state borders have been on and off shut during the pandemic.
I didn't know there were any state borders that were shut during the pandemic. I'm not surprised, and there probably should have been.
That's Australia.
Oh, right, duh. I knew that.
Yeah. So that's different, for sure. Yeah, I've heard that you get really hardcore with your lockdowns, which I think is wonderful. And is why you haven't lost almost 1 million people. Or, honestly, I believe, over 1 million people.
Sorry. Hold on, I'm just making sure.
The screen is slightly blocked, so I can't see the chat at the moment. Just give 1 second. Okay. You couldn't travel between states. As the great Cyndi Lauper said, money changes everything. It's a good song. Hold on, I'm gonna be on. Excuse me. Wow. I don't sleep very well. Yeah. I'm still a little bit bitter with her because Kinky Boots won instead of Matilda for the Tonys that year, and she wrote Kinky Boots, and Tim Minchin wrote Matilda, and I really wanted Matilda to win. But that's just me holding grudges about awards, which I do occasionally. I'm still a little bit angry at Jersey Boys for winning over Drowsy Chaperone back in 2006 or 7, so I'm still holding that grudge. Oh, and then also, I held a grudge against U2 for a very long time because they won the Grammy over Insect. So, held that grudge for a long time. She's quiet, something must be wrong. No. It's just that means that she's in wait. Native Americans literally inhabit, yeah. The whole North America, like Canada and Mexico, along with the USA, was one big country before people started coming. Yeah, absolutely.
One big country, like, you can't.
Well,
really
it's one big land.
Right, but you can't really describe in terms of countries because they didn't conceive of.
Like, there were definitely
things the
like
same way.
Here's where one tribe is, and here's where another tribe is.
Right, but that was also fluid.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't have the concept of a country like we do. And that doesn't mean like they were incapable of conceiving of it. They just had a different system entirely. Yeah. In the same way that, like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It doesn't, like, yeah, they didn't have flags, it didn't count. Yeah, I know a comedian who said something like that. Yeah.
No flag, no country. That's the rules that I've just made up.
yeah, it wasn't that they were incapable of conceiving of the complexities that come along
It's
with the
that
country.
they weren't fucked enough to do it, honestly.
Not even necessarily that, just that, like, their perception of area and land and possession just wasn't structured like ours was. Yeah.
Oh no,
and that's fine. Like, we don't have a name for what they consider things because we don't think of things the same way that they happen to.
Yeah.
It's just that, like, the conception is different.
And this is very general because there isn't a Native American culture. There are many Native American cultures, etc., etc.
Yeah,
but yeah, in general, yes.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's important to give disclaimers like that on the internet.
That's entirely fair. One example of one thing I can think of that is very, very useful in terms of... I just need to switch this over to scientific mode to generate the information I need. So, there is... The concept of owning land was nonsensical to them, yes. It wasn't that they don't believe they own the land. It doesn't quite go far enough to explain the difference. It's just that they didn't have that conception in the same way that we can't conceive of the idea of land not belonging to a particular country. Like, what do you mean? It's like, it belongs to some country. Like, just couched in how we're talking about it. Like, we are talking about, like, what country did they have? Like, that's the natural way that we think of things, because we've been brought up in a culture that assigns land to specific countries, whereas they just did not have that perception.
Oh, which guy, Andrew, originally worked out people from Africa?
People were from Africa.
Oh, that, like, life originates in Africa.
I believe that's what Andrew meant, yeah.
I thought that was older too, but I'm not surprised that it's not. First, you have to believe that land belongs to individuals. Yeah, which is something that very few cultures have thought, I believe.
At least until fairly
recently, yeah. And partially is because, like, humanity for the longest time didn't just sit in one place. They were moving. One of the interesting things about the very little amount of native, evidence that natives once lived on Manhattan Island, shows that, like, there was only, like, one tribe that lived on Manhattan year-round. The other ones just kind of, like, came and went seasonally. Because it was like, okay, well, here's the season where we're going to get a lot of fish living over at Manhattan. Here's the season where we should be over in the Brooklyn area, or whatever. I'll try and find the guy's name. Yeah, thank you. Rhetorical Jinx. Hunter-gatherers, yeah. Seminoles were screwed over big time by Jefferson. Everyone was screwed over by Jefferson, let's be real. Or Jackson, not Jefferson. So Jackson, but they were screwed over by Jefferson before Jackson. Yes, okay, got it now. My brain just read that as Jackson because you said Trail of Tears, and so it took a second for the rest of my brain to catch up. There's burial grounds for Chinese and African traders in Rome and London. Yeah.
Is it Richard Leakey?
Making a dragon salty. Such texture.
I'm guessing that the person we're thinking of is Richard Leakey.
He died in a plane crash?
Oh,
yeah, I mean, like, the fact that, you know, it's new enough that the person could die in a plane crash.
I mean, I'm guessing it's Richard Leakey because he's a member of the Leakey family. who are notorious for figuring out the Ultimate Gorge, etc. And he died 6 days ago.
Oh. Not in a plane crash?
Let's see.
Your computer's being slow. That happens. Trail of Tears is slow. Yeah, and like...
He was in a plane crash. It doesn't look like he died in a plane crash.
Okay. Yeah, there's so much about the Trail of Tears that, like, is just not taught and known. That's so frustrating. The fact that we actually have Andrew Jackson on our currency.
Yeah.
Like, that's so important. In just every way. Too many tabs open. Ah, yes.
You tell you, you're talking to someone who, not me, who's a
How dare you?
right pain about
Smeagol is a responsible computer user. Smeagol, tell him not to talk about you like that.
Alright, so I posted a number to chat. This is a number that almost none of you are likely to recognize, but it is a fundamental number in the basis of math, just represented in a way that you've never thought of it before. And this ties back to the perception of how we think about things and whether or not we can think about things in the way necessary to understand things. No, it's not E.
I don't do that.
That's fair.
Like, that's one of the nice things about not being in school. No math.
Nope, not Avogadro's number. It's far too small. Nope, Planck constant's far too large. Speed of light, it doesn't have units, so
Planck
it's not
constant,
speed of light.
isn't that the one from Stranger Things?
Might be, I don't know, but it's a real thing.
No, I know it is.
Okay, yeah,
But I'm asking if it's the one from Stranger Things, and if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Nope, that's square root of 10. It is a transcendental number. It's also a irrational number.
All numbers are irrational.
Ever so slightly bigger than 10% of pi. No, it's not 10% of pi or 9% or like 1/9 of pi or anything like that. But you are close. No, it is not the cosmological constant.
I think that means that they're running out of guesses.
That's fair. It is the ratio of a circle's diameter to its circumference.
I think I see in maths. I did well in geometry and in statistics and algebra.
Statistics is hard to do well. The key to this is that we all think of the relationship of a circle's circumference to its diameter as being the circumference over diameter. But if you look at it as diameter over circumference, it suddenly doesn't make any sense at all. But there's actually no reason why we look at it one way versus the other. It just happens to be because of for historical reasons that we think of it as circumference over diameter. And so if you base that in all communication, for instance, with an alien civilization, over the idea of pi because it's universal, no, pi isn't universal because it could be you could look at it as 1 over pi. You could look at it as being circumference to the radius instead of diameter. Radius to circumference. There's a lot of different ways to represent how the circumference and diameter are related to each other, or how those two concepts are related to each other. And so if you fundamentally think of that relationship as circumference to diameter instead of the reverse, you're gonna fail to recognize someone else thinking about the same concept in an inverted way.
You're using up all of the math talk allowed in a year very quickly.
That's fair.
And it's only January 8th. Okay. They helped fight in the war. The Indian tribe to help, and when they were asked to leave, they given money help. They were the first and only Native Americans to agree, and they learned the government was lying. When they left, most of the tribes due to the harsh weather, lack of food, and water. What made the trail of tears so bloody was the fact that other tribes saw this and were ready to fight when it came to time. Yeah. Also, like, they had to walk a couple thousand miles. So, like, with not nearly the amount of resources that they should have been given. And yeah, and like there was more than one, and people seem to think mostly that it's like a one-time thing, like it happened once, but no. Isn't it cool that in math there can be some infinities that are bigger than others?
Yes.
Brian says yes. Welcome back, Jess. Got an issue with the back molar and it hurts. Oh no! I was dealing with that, and then I had my insurance changed at the start of the year, and then before I could find a new dentist, COVID hit. And then it was like, well, I don't want to go to the dentist when there's an airborne pandemic ravaging the land. And so I put it off for like as long as I possibly could. And then I finally went like when it was just too much and like I was having trouble like chewing and everything, like it was getting real bad. And it turned out that it wasn't the like cracked molar that had been like estimated that it was going to take like $2,000 to fix. It wound up just being like a piece of like the sealant had like come off, and he just needed to fix that. Like, I don't know why it hurt as bad as it did, but it really hurt. And yeah, there was something else that he fixed as well that was also causing the problem, and I can't remember what that was now. But it wound up being not $2,000, thank goodness.
Atomic Elbow, no, it does not have a name like pi. In fact, if you Google that ratio, you will find only about 100-something results on Google, because we as humans do not think in those terms. For whatever reason, historically. There's no particular reason that we don't think in those terms. We just happen to have settled on thinking of circumference to diameter instead of the other way around. It's very possible we could have gone the other way, and then we'd never conceive of pi. And so we'd have an entire civilization covering the entire planet that doesn't think of things in terms of pi. It's just happenstance.
MK Ultra, you mean luxury bones?
Yeah.
Page-wise, yeah, please feel free to post away. Rhetoriku, yeah, that... Yeah, like, he was obviously super responsible when it happened. It was just, like, paranoia leading up to. But I'm really glad, you know, once I finally did, it was such a relief. Veritaserum, or...
Veritasium.
Veritaserum is from something else. Veritasium. Who's pretty has done a few maths YouTube vids recently that, like, I get lost in the maths, but what I love is how ideas we take for granted now take many hundreds of years to solidify, and there's no linear progression even in maths. There's a fair bit of back and forth.
Yeah, Veritasium usually gets most of the math and the science pretty right, but not necessarily always.
Good luck, Alien Sock Puppet.
Yeah, I hope that goes well. That seems weird.
Oh no, you can call me Jess, that's so awful. You have an infection in your gums? Or you get an infection in your gums. Okay, not got. Okay. That's so frustrating. 4 teeth.
If you say so.
That's so many teeth. I've been to the dentist so many times during the pandemic. Oof. I really, I miss my dentist in California. I saw him for like most of my life. And he was a really good dentist who, like, took really good care of me. I miss him. He was from South Africa, or he is from South Africa still. And he has
He used to
like
be,
a
but he still
fantastic,
is as well.
he has a fantastic accent, and like always wears those like goofy kid masks that make him look like he has like an animal, you know. But yeah. Oh, the YouTuber is so pretty. Got it. I would love to finally get my teeth fixed, but no insurance and on disability, so I don't even know how to go about finding a dentist. Yeah, that was part of my problem because I'm on Medicare. And the type of Medicare that I'm on is not a great one. Like, it's better than regular insurance by a lot, but in terms of Medicare, it's not a great one. And so I have to, like, do a lot of work to find people who will take it. Yeah. Your dentist is Irish. Ooh. The dentist that I wound up finally finding is just like a couple blocks away from here. Oh, hello. Is that him?
Yeah, it's Veritasium.
My. Andrew, yes.
Andrew, I think she agrees with you.
Yes, correct. Andrew is correct. But yeah, the dentist that I wound up seeing, he's a couple blocks away, and he's like this old Pakistani man, and he loved Smeagol. Smeagol's my service dog, which I know is weird when you see her here, because she's in Gollum mode. But when she's just in Smeagol mode, she's very calm and sweet and quiet. And he just like fell in love with her. And he like, there was one time where she was like sitting on my lap, and he just like looks over and he is like, Miss Smeagol, you need to stop flirting with me. I am a married man. It was so adorable. I wouldn't mind at all going to the dentist if they didn't get together and refuse to take Medicaid. 110 miles? Holy fuck, Jess, that sucks so bad. Andrew, I mean, like, he looks like a lot of people's type, honestly. Like,
or at least one
if
of
you
the
like,
main types.
if you think that like white dudes are cute, like you'll find him cute. If you think that white dudes are really boring, you're gonna find him boring. That's basically what I would sum it up as, right?
Yeah. Veritasium wouldn't really classify him as a math guy. He's got a fair handle on some of the basics and knows how to understand what someone else says, but I wouldn't necessarily call him a math guy. Like, there's some things where I'm like, that's a bad way to explain that. That's misleading.
I get that way with history podcasts a lot.
Yeah. Like, I see why you went with that, but that's just, like, there's this narrow
Nerdy
range of
math
experience
guys.
level where someone's going to, like, understand that and, like, not understand a little bit more. Just take the extra 30 seconds to do the explanation where they can understand even better. Hi, Smeagers. I'm just gonna grab my phone here. Is that my phone?
My service dog.
But don't get me wrong, like, Veritasium does a hell of a lot of awesome work, and, like, has made a giant amount of difference for understanding and comprehension of science in the world. There's just, like, some places I disagree with where he makes the cutoff of continuing to explain versus simplification. And technically, Rhetorico, you have gotten further in school than I have, and in math.
Advanced algebra more than 5 times. Well, the problem there is that you took advanced. I took regular algebra, and it went great. I also had, like, one of those teachers, you know, like, the teachers who know it so well that they can actually teach it well? Like, so if you have a teacher that, like, knows a topic well, they're not going to be a great teacher because they'll struggle with explaining it to people. But someone who really knows a topic, they can explain it well. And he was, like, this surfer dude who was, like, really, really chill and told dad jokes, and, like, it was just a really good class. And so I did well in it.
Don't get me wrong, Rhetorico. What I meant was that you've actually gotten further in school in math than I have.
Tell him when you stopped going to school.
I didn't. I stopped school after 4th grade. I was like, I'm done.
That's, like, more impressive than Tig Notaro. Because she dropped out, I think, in 8th grade.
Yeah, that makes sense.
7th grade? 8th grade? Maybe 9th grade. Right around there. Advanced algebra and trig sucked. An academic book, my best relationship was with a tattooed baker. Actually, my experience with educated guys has pretty sucked so far.
Well, of course it has, because, like, these are people who are, like, in your same wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you get off of work, you go home and you talk about work. It's like the last thing you want.
Try dating some really pretty dumb guys, Andrew. That tends to go fairly well for a little while, at least.
Yeah, 4th grade. I was basically kept correcting all the teachers on everything, and I was still just like going to the library to read every book I could find.
Has Aximom been here the whole time? Hi, Aximom, if not, continue.
Yeah. Basically, I had no use for school because I was learning more by reading on my own. And so I didn't actually learn anything from official, like, classes or anything like that past 4th grade. It was all a waste of time. I had some homeschool curriculum stuff I was supposed to do, which was always several years behind where I was actually learning past 4th grade, so I don't count that because I was like none of it was things that I was actually learning in quote unquote homeschool. So, but yeah.
Fourth grade is
9.
9, 10? Wait, because Lois Memphis 3 were 8 and they were in 2nd grade.
They probably had pre-first. A lot of places in the South have kindergarten, pre-first, 1st grade.
Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Well, yeah, because kids are so stupid coming out of kindergarten, they're not ready for 1st grade. Yes, the purpose of kindergarten is to get you ready for 1st grade. It wasn't working out because they didn't do that.
Got it.
So they just added another kid. They basically said, kindergarten's not working for these kids. Instead of fixing it, we'll just have kindergarten 2, electric boogaloo.
Got it. Got a degree in math on purpose? More out of stubbornness than any actual aptitude. My sister majored in math, but she had to drop out for medical reasons. She's a giant nerd. Just got here 10 minutes ago, but my computer has been here for over an hour. Well, welcome, Aximom. Thank you, Aximom's computer, for keeping her seat warm.
And got here 10 butt newts ago, but my butt pewter has butted butt for over and a butt. Hi, Danny, Bry Butt Chat. Yes, I agree. Axie, that is a fantastic nickname, Bry Butt. Yeah, there are parts of the United States that don't have pre-first, and other parts do.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. They had it in Tennessee when I moved there, but I was already finished with kindergarten and already in 1st grade in Ohio when we moved to Tennessee. And so they just kept me in 1st grade in Tennessee, and so I was a year ahead of everyone else. So everyone was graduating high school at like 19 or 20.
Some people have only dropped out of college once, but I've dropped out at least 3 times, depending on how you count. I have lots of school nightmares still. Like, that's a thing. So, like, even though I haven't been in school for now over a decade, I still get the regular nightmares, like the stress dreams, where I can't find my class or my locker, or like, what the fuck is my locker combo, or I'm not wearing the right uniform because Catholic school, stuff like that, you know. Some people have until I got my associate's degree, which I've never used. Yeah. You're allowed to lurk, Greystorm 3. That is what Chaturday is for. Just chilling. Especially this Chaturday, where it's following a week of guest episodes, streams. And I don't really have a lot to contribute to more of. So we're just kind of all over the place. I failed at more things than most people try. That's awesome, Alien Sock Puppet. That's how you learn. Like, what is it? Like Benjamin Franklin said, like, I learned 100 ways not to invent this thing. Or was that Edison?
That was Edison lying about things
light
again.
bulb.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Okay. Whatever. But the like idea still applies. Watch Meet the Robinsons. Let's see.
Failing more than most people have tried is akin to saying, I've forgotten more than you'll ever learn.
Yeah, that's right. Sunday scaries, do you still get them? Oh, like that, like, anxious feeling of, like, I need to go to school in the morning? Is that what you're talking about? Because, yeah. It's, like, they're very comparable to server nightmares. Like, because I've had both. Lately, I've been really stuck in the school ones, but, like, they're very comparable. 16, 24, 36 was my locker combo senior year of high school. That's amazing, Ricky.
That's an easy one to remember, too.
Yep. I was, totally read Cuttlefish. I was in a cultish Christian school that beat me, sadly. Oh, that's awful. Where are you're in the UK, right, Greystorm? Where in the UK are you? Because that sounds extremely Irish. And I mean that, like, not as a joke. Like, that sounds like something very Irish. But now me and religion don't get along. Oh, you're in the US! Interesting.
That definitely sounds more US than Irish, though.
Irish would be Catholic, not Christian. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like Catholic specifically, rather than Christian in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever.
I was in Texas. Oh.
Yeah, definitely
Texas.
not Catholic in Texas.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Because I've seen the movie The Blind Side. Yes. The butt side. Irish guys are hot. Generally. Not always. It's a good accent. Yeah, I'm definitely glad that my years in Catholic school came after corporal punishment was made illegal. And my aunt and I went to the same high school, just 20-something years apart. She's 84 and I'm 06.
Thank you, Rudy.
And she had like the ruler knuckle wrapping thing going on. And I did not. So 20 years difference. So sadly school and I did not get along either. But all is well now. I'm glad to hear that. Storm. Yeah. I just was never big on like homework. That was my thing. I that was my big rebellion, just not doing homework. There's some very sexy Irish gingers. A lot of them are my ancestors, MK Ultra. At least I assume.
You're certainly related to them by definition.
Yeah. I have a lot of long, very distant cousins all over the UK. You're weird. Hell yeah. That's the way to look at it. Let me see if I can. Danny, I think you missed what I typed. That's totally me. What was that in response to? Can you scroll up?
Yeah.
Oh, here. Just make sure. Oh, there we go. The dad in the movie, when he talks about Michael's gift, the ability to forget that he doesn't want to remember.
That's what I mean.
Scroll up a little again. Oh, yeah. Okay. I kind of remember that. I saw it in the theaters, so it's been a while. But I think I know what you mean. Yeah. I can definitely understand that. But I'm glad that everyone is doing better now. It seems, hopefully. Be careful who you date. You should always be careful who you date. Didn't want to be a downer, just speaking my truth. Oh, you're good. I've always wanted to go there and then to the Isle of Man. Yeah. I really want to.
Okay, I will.
Okay, I just looked at him very firmly. So yeah. What was I just saying? Oh yeah. I've talked a bit here about how much I want to do, like, a Western Europe tour. And a lot of that is the UK. Although Ireland is not really on there, that's just because of how much is on there and having to pare down. So it's mostly England and Scotland. But one day Ireland would be amazing to go and see. Like, my genealogy has a lot of Irish in it. Not as much as you'd think looking at me, but a lot. So,
I want to
really
go to like the Isle of Man, as well as like I believe Isle of Man. They used to speak Manx there, but I think the land itself has technically died, but then resurrected. Another variant of Gaelic or Gaelic. So it's interesting to me. Wales would be fantastic. Welsh is actually distant related to Gaelic. It's not a form of Gaelic, but it's more closely related to Gaelic than it is to like other parts of Indo-European family.
I think I remember the scene you're talking about, Jess. Yeah. Irish. I don't know what mine would be. Cause so my mom is Hispanic, so that's half of me right there. Half of me is Hispanic, Latino, whatever you want to say. And then the other half, my grandma was from England, but she has Irish blood, or had Irish blood. And then my grandpa was like, is the only like born in America like extended family member that I have. And then he has some Irish blood as well. So I don't know the exact percentage, but I know that it's from those 2 quarters. So would it be a full quarter? Would it be an eighth? Who knows? One day I'll do the DNA testing. I just don't trust the fine print, so I'm particular about that.
I got her to take that instead. She was very suspicious of taking it for a good like 2 minutes, and then she finally decided, okay, I'm gonna write this down.
Also, okay, this is extremely dumb. So I've been starting my research on the Central Park 5, right? And, like, I knew that there was a body of water called the Loch, L-O-C-K, and I only just realized, because I don't say it out loud, I just read it, I only just realized that that's a loch, L-O-C-H, because
Loch.
it's a little lake. Yeah, so it's a bastardization of loch, which, yeah. And I felt very dumb for not realizing that much sooner.
Isle of Wight, I think, has a variant.
I think they have a dialect.
Let me take a look.
I'm trying to remember. There's, in the movie Brave, there's the one kid who like is almost like you can not understand him, like only a little bit, if at all. And I watched a thing. Who voices him? It's someone who I know, but I can't remember. But he said that he based it off of like the part of Scotland that his dad is from, and it might have been that. It might have been an isle. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Again, telling myself that, not you.
Looks like Isle of Wight has a dialect of English. Closer to English than like Scots, but still a separate dialect.
I'm not familiar with that lore, MK Ultra. They did play the Isle of Wight. That's right. My dad is a giant The Who fan. He would make a lot of dad jokes with the name of the band. I had a talk with my mom today and left me so frustrated. I talked to her about how I felt lost and moved to who I am. I brought up doing a 23andMe or ancestry test and told her I wanted to learn more about me and not to contact my biological father's side. Yet I refused to even acknowledge my feelings or anything. The entire energy. That's so frustrating, Pagewellers. I'm so sorry. I honestly think that something like that would definitely help. Why don't have you consider trying like ancestry.com and just doing it like manually? That's what I did. Instead of doing the DNA test, you just have to go and do it like ancestor by ancestor, and it takes a long time, but it's really interesting and it's incredibly rewarding when you see it build up. The salt dragon is starting to look salty. Just gotta get all of the little bush. Yeah, my genealogy was one of the first things that I did when I got put on medical leave almost 6 years ago. That and teaching myself Photoshop. They were very time-consuming in a non-boring way, and considering that I went from working 5 jobs to being stuck at home pretty much alone all day every day, it was a brutal transition, and so those two things really kept me from going crazy. So it's weird not really having to explain what it feels like having gone through 6 years of medical leave to people anymore. Because people kind of get it now. Which I would much rather have to explain it to people than have people get it. But, I mean, it does... save a lot of time and energy, at least. Yes. London. I have read about Peterborough. Again, read, so I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Y'all in England are wild with your town pronunciations.
Actually, I did a lot of research into the history of burg, borough, burr, and how Edinburgh ended up with burr at the end of its name versus when it's Dunechum in Gaelic.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that both burg, borough, blah blah. I'm gonna simplify that to burg for all of them, and Dún both originally meant fortified town.
That makes sense.
So in both cases, it was Eden, or Aden, or however you, like, whatever it was pronounced like back then, or Echam. And then either Dún in Gaelic or Burg in English, attached to the same town. And the original town was Echam. Peterborough.
Okay. I don't know much about my biological dad, so that makes it harder. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get information from my mom is like literally pulling teeth. I think in the 6 years that I've really started looking into this, I've gotten one thing from her. Are there any other family members you could ask? Like, I started off with a lot of the work that my aunt had done. That was like my jumping off point. Like she had already started on the family tree, and so since we share one, that really helped a lot having that. Whereas I had barely been able to do anything on my mom's side because like I don't have that jumping off point to work from, and on top of that, it's all in Spanish or Portuguese. I wonder why she doesn't want you to know about your family. Maybe she's trying to protect you because there's a serial killer or something. That's me just being extremely practical and realistic in my imaginings, as always. So, I was just going with the most obvious possible option. I told you all why New York City is called Gotham sometimes? It's not a total, like, out of nowhere thought. It is related to the conversation. There's a few people that have done all of the genealogical work in my family. I just need to look for it all. My grandpa's sister lives in Michigan. I've never met her, but she lives in Michigan, and apparently she has a bunch of genealogical work and documentation stuff out in the barn. I messaged her to try and like get some of it, and like she's like, "Oh yeah," and then never did. I've seen it, yes.
I was gonna say, thank you, Paige.
I have taken for granted the fact that I have family members on both sides who have done extensive genealogy. Yeah, it's a really, really big boost, Maximum.
Yeah, Paige.
Sure.
When obviously when we're all saying like that she might be trying to protect you, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's right in her attempt to protect you.
Yeah.
It could be that like what she's trying to do is extremely misguided.
Yes, that's
so
what
just
I'm
because her intent is to protect you does not mean that the actual outcome of her actions is to actually protect you.
Yes. Yeah. Like, I mean, most abusive parents have that as a reasoning. Like, I was protecting my child.
And a lot of them believe that.
Absolutely. I would say most of them believe that.
They're just wrong.
Yeah. Are you actually shooting at the cat, or are you just shooting at nothing?
Shooting at nothing.
Sorry, but not sorry to those that like her, but I can't stand Taylor Swift, and she's a musical guest on a rerun of SNL. I like Taylor Swift's music, I'm not gonna lie. I very much enjoy her music. Her herself, whatever. I've heard so much from both sides of the aisle that I don't really care enough to pick a side of the aisle. I'm just like, I like her music, and she is not like openly saying that trans women don't exist.
Yeah.
For example, like, so I don't have a reason to hate her, and I like her music, so that's where I am.
She may be fake, but she's not causing problems for humans in general.
Gotham FC is the new women's football soccer team. I have second grandparents that are cousins. Ooh, can't get much worse than not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, especially if they're grandparents, like, that's just normal for the time. Thank you. We're in contact with her. Oh, totally. She's definitely fake, but, like, that's not a reason for me to hate her,
Yeah.
Like, that's just how she chooses to live her life. Like, if you want to live your life being super fake and whatever, as long as you're not hurting anyone actively, like, you do you, boo,
Yeah, I mean, her using country music genre to get popular, yeah, cool, whatever.
But she was also country, like, to begin with. Like, she was actually a country artist when she started out. Like, she then went, I mean, she was definitely, like, pop country, but, like, she was still considered country. She just, like, became more and more pop, and then finally went, I'm pop. Right.
Which, yeah, I mean, like, I've never heard anyone say, like, she says the N-word all the time.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. Or, like, she beats the people she dates. I've never heard anything like that. Like, all I've heard is, like, she's a crazy ex, which everyone says that about every woman. So, like, I don't trust it.
Yeah. Shake It Off is a perfect cycle too, but there's a few MJ songs that look just as well. Okay, if we're gonna be comparing problematicness between Taylor Swift and Michael Jackson, I'm going to go very, very hard on one side and be completely forgiving for the other side.
Also, Michael Jackson was not fake. Like, so you will, like, he was pretty open about, like, his personality. He didn't try to hide his personality.
Yeah, he was being extremely open with everything he was doing, and it was honestly society that failed those boys.
Yeah.
The Dark Side of the Moonwalk. Yeah. Have you seen Leaving Neverland? It is powerful. Like there's Leaving Neverland, and then there's the Oprah Winfrey interview that she did with the men focused upon in Leaving Neverland, and that's also powerful. He made great music. Yeah, totally. Lots of horrible people make good stuff. Like Gandhi has some amazing quotes.
Yeah.
Mother Teresa has some amazing quotes.
John Lennon was an amazing songwriter. Still a piece of shit human being. I'd have kicked him in the jaw if he was still alive.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely believe the accuser is like, how can you not? Like, just look at their faces when they're talking. Like, those are broken men. Especially the older one. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I know Wade Robson because he was NSYNC's choreographer. But it's a
John Lennon, piece of shit human being.
John Lennon, yeah. He didn't even write Imagine. Yoko wrote Imagine, and he stole it from her. She wrote a picture book, and he took those picture book words and made Imagine. He also beat Yoko and his wife before that. What's her name?
I can never remember. Linda, yeah. I think.
Yeah, he's on the shitters list. I added him.
But he's an utter piece of shit. He abandoned his previous family and basically told his son that was born to his first wife, eat shit and die, kid. I don't care if you live or die.
Yeah.
Like, just abandon his son.
Yeah.
Because he didn't go along with his mom.
Kind of like Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson composed some of the music for Sonic 3. That's a documented fact that Sega isn't quick to bring it up. Interesting.
Sure, why not?
I mean, he's a brilliant musician. He was a brilliant musician. Like, the songs that he wrote and, like, the way that he wrote them, just absolutely mind-blowing to witness. But, like, it's really weird because, like, Michael Jackson's songs are so just enmeshed in our world. Yeah. Like, you can't escape Michael Jackson. And, like, that makes it really hard to just be like, I'm not going to listen to Michael Jackson anymore. Especially because a lot of those songs are probably a big part of your childhood or whatever, you know?
The other part of that now, at least for us, is that he's no longer profiting from those songs.
Also that definitely helps a lot.
Like, one of my stances is, once the abusive artist is no longer alive, you're no longer doing harm necessarily by listening to it. Necessarily. You're not giving that person money by participating. There may be other reasons to not engage with that art. For instance, J.K. Rowling dies tomorrow. I'm still not going to be interested in anything she's written because of the inherent bigotry embedded into the books.
Yeah. I forgot that Taylor Swift was on American Idol. Like, I still don't think that's a reason, like, something to hold against her. Like, Adam Lambert was on American Idol as well, you know? But
I don't remember her being on Idol. I'll have to go look that up.
Quoted saying I used to be an evil person. Just yeah. Oh, good. I can enjoy the Canterbury Tales again.
But yeah, like, it doesn't matter how much of a piece of shit. What's his name? Who wrote the Canterbury Tales? Like, I know
Chaucer.
It's Chaucer. Yeah, I had Jeff in my head. I couldn't remember the last name, but like, Geoffrey Chaucer could have been an awful human being. You can read Canterbury Tales. You're not hurting anyone. He's not making any money from it anymore.
Yeah. J.K. Rowling invented a slurry in writing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what I mean. In the stream, TYT ended before this. I didn't know anything about North Korea. I said, what about those accounts from the defectors? People were all saying to me, oh, the magic, no. But I didn't reply, but I thought definitely not like anything about ignoring victims. Yeah, no, there are some really, really horrible stories from North Korea.
Yeah.
And lots of people don't pay any attention because it's convenient to not.
Well, also, I think part of the issue is that Ben has a tendency to ignore some of those stories because she supports communism, but North Korea is not really a communist state.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Junchi state. It's not communist.
No.
And they themselves don't call themselves communist. It's odd that she holds them up as an example of communism because they very much don't hold themselves up as that either.
Is that why she's all obsessed with the number 13, Jess? I'm curious. Clay Aiken, Carrie Underwood, yeah. I never really watched American Idol until Adam Lambert was on it because I knew him from Wicked in Los Angeles before he was on American Idol. Like, I'd met him multiple times. Yeah, so I watched American Idol because I was, like, wanting to support him because he was my favorite cast member from Wicked. And, that was weird, watching all that go down. But I'm really happy for him for how far he's come since. And I think that if he had won Idol, it wouldn't have been as successful.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying she was never actually on American Idol.
Jess says that she watched her on American Idol at the time.
I'm gonna have to look this up because I mean it is possible for corporations to do a lot of work to scrub things.
Yeah, he's the one working with Queen. Yeah, he's so pretty. I love him. I highly recommend the Netflix documentary of The Show Must Go On, Queen and Adam Lambert. It's really, really good. If you like Queen or Adam Lambert, amazing documentary. Like, I grew up with Queen. My dad has been obsessed with Queen since they came out. Like, whenever they started in Europe. Because he grew up in Germany. I never heard of Adam Lambert until I got the gig with Queen. I was surprised. Yeah, like, most people hadn't. Like, I knew about him because I had seen him so many times, like, in person. But that was a very niche thing. And they really, really did him no favors on American Idol because he was so clearly queer. And it was very obvious that he was not going to win. He got second. And it was very clear that he wasn't going to win, especially because the dude who got third was like an all-American country boy. And then the dude who wound up winning was an all-American country boy. And then Adam Lambert in the middle is like this super gay glam rock campy, like Adam Lambert. And so when the third guy got eliminated, it was very clear that all of his fans were going straight for the guy that wound up winning.
What's his name again?
Chris Allen.
Sure.
Nope.
Guess who actually won? The person whose name you remember.
Yeah, most people who win American Idol wind up not being like Kelly Clarkson is, I think, the most successful one. But I wish I could have seen Queen with Lambert. It would have been amazing.
Yeah, I feel like this. It feels like the Mandela effect because, it would make sense for if she was on America's Got Talent, because those two shows are indistinguishable from American Idol. America's Got Talent. It's the same fucking show.
Yeah.
So
the difference, I think, is that with American Idol, it's a cumulative contest where I think America's Got Talent is I don't know, I never watched either of them. It doesn't matter. The Mandela effect refers to a situation in which a large mass of people believes that an event occurred when it did not. Apparently a lot of people think Taylor Swift was on American Idol.
No one can hear you when you're mumbling.
Apparently a lot of people think that Taylor Swift was on American Idol, so that would count if she was not on American Idol. It would definitely be considered part of that effect. I think I stopped Adam Lambert came in second because I knew he was screwed. Yeah, it was very clear that he was not going to win.
The music is louder than you're talking.
Oh. Yes. Yes, it was very clear that Adam Lambert was not going to win. and it was very upsetting, especially for me at the time as like a like optimistic, like everyone's good 21-year-old, I think I was, maybe 20-year-old, something like that. Yeah, Carrie Underwood, but did Carrie Underwood, oh yeah, she did win. For some reason in my head, she did not actually win. Sip Cop is an artist style that was on the season before. She took an area and put it on stage, got a guitar, but the very same thing my favorite artist did the season before. I'll never forget it. Interesting. Wouldn't she have been like 13 or 14 at the time? Like, I did a lot of dumb stuff when I was 13, 14. I don't know about y'all. The Berenstain Bears thing really throws me off because I very much remember it as Berenstein, not Berenstain or whatever it actually is. The producers choose that stuff. That's true. That is very true. It's the producers generally, not the actual artist. So if it's the same thing that someone did in the season before, that would honestly more lean towards the producers were responsible for it than she was. Carrie Underwood failed to make it for her first audition, so her mom flew her to Hawaii and had her audition again in the same season. Jeez. Must be nice. I remember the original American Idol. It was called Star Search. Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears were both on that. I don't think either of them won. But then they won in the long term, you know? Funko. Alright. They were also Musketeers, yep. So was JC from NSYNC and Christina Aguilera. I had my friend videotape those for me when they did reruns in the 2000s because I really wanted to watch it. So I had tapes of those somewhere in storage. Remember the Spokes models? No, I don't think so. But I didn't watch Star Search, so sorry. If I remember correctly, the winner in Adam season wasn't that good. He was not. He was really not that good. He was still a country fan, and yep, the guy was a dying cat and liked Adam's voice. Adam Lambert has a gorgeous singing voice. Like, it's unreal. I mean, he's like subbing in for Freddie fucking Mercury, you know? Like, that's talent. But yeah. Adam Lambert has swagger. Oh yeah, he is glam AF. Watch an episode of Star Search sometime on YouTube. Okay, I will look up the Justin Timberlake or Britney one. Like, I've seen those clips. Because, like, if you're a fan of any of those people, like, those clips come up a lot. Yeah. Like, Christina Aguilera was, like, the really big talent, if I recall correctly, though. Not Britney. Like, definitely Justin. Like, people saw how talented Justin was from right then. But yeah, somehow none of them won Star Search, I don't think. Alright. JR is no longer a bubblehead. Hooray! We did it, everyone. my best friend's wife is part of Taylor Swift's crew. Interesting. Chris Daughtry was awesome. I don't know who that is. After they screwed him, and the record label did him no favors in the right promotions, he eventually quit and went back to his wife and kids. Is that the guy who won over Adam Lambert?
Wait, Ruben? No, that was second thing Baylor's pointed out.
No, Chris Daughtry.
Oh, Chris Daughtry. Oh.
Better I smooth this out now, the less I have to Dremel later. Chris came in fourth. Oh. They sure did. That sucks. I remember a girl I went to high school with was on it, like, while we were in high school. That was the first time I ever watched the show at all. She did not make it very far. But I thought that she did a very good job singing Jolene. And I slipped her on Mickey. Brian's just not tormenting her at the request of Paige Lars. Oh, there we go. I know, right? Atomic Elbow, super, super brightish. I find it really interesting, like, Australia, England, America. Like, what got what from England? Like, because Australia has a lot of Britishisms, but I'm sure that America has a lot of things that Australians would consider Britishisms. And I always find that amusing, kind of looking at the difference linguistically.
Jess, who
Are we
was...
not going to mention Plague?
Jess, who was the person that you were a big fan of the previous year before Taylor Swift was on?
I haven't seen her say anything in a minute. Australia is part of the Commonwealth, which is more British than the US can ever be. Yeah, that's true. Erica Badu is ours, that's true. We use words like the British do, but I can't think of any right now. Fantasia does Broadway stuff now, Jess. I've seen her somewhat recently doing the Broadway thing, like within the last several years. Canada, Australia. Oh, okay. Yeah, in the Queen documentary, they talk about how by not winning, Adam actually kind of won.
Jess, who did you say it was that you were a big fan of that did the performance on the area rug the previous season?
Damn it, I thought we were finally getting away from American Idol.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna tell y'all about why people call New York City Gotham. Um, I'm pretty sure I've talked about it on here before, so I'm sorry if you've already heard this. But back in the old days, um, the king would basically be traveling like all the time because like he had to check out the kingdom, you know, and so he would travel all over the land and do his like little reviews with his posse. And the thing was that if they came through your town, like your town was fucked after they left. Like they would come through and just like destroy everything because of just how many people there were and how much they needed and how much food they had to consume and like camping and all this stuff. Like it was just they would just devastate the towns that they went through when they wouldn't really consider that because, you know, once you're out of the town, what does it matter? And so this town in England, like this village in England, found out that they were going to have the king and his posse come through, and they're like, shit, how do we stop this from happening? And so what they decided to do was to just all act crazy. And I don't like the word crazy, but like that's what they wanted to do. And so they would do things like walk backwards, or like talking to animals, or just like whatever wacky behavior they could come up with to do. They would try. And basically the goal was for the word to get back to the king that that Gotham was full of just crazy people. And it worked. The king found out that Gotham was just full of crazy people and decided to skip over them in his little tour of England. And yeah, so fast forward several hundred years, and there's Washington Irving, I believe, is talking to a reporter about living in New York City, and he calls it a veritable Gotham, right? And to anyone who knows the story of Gotham, they're like, oh shit, you said that. But if you don't know what Gotham is, you're like, well, that sounds pretty cool. Gotham? Yeah, let's have our superheroes live there. Like, and that's what Gotham is. I just don't like the word crazy, Paige Lars, because of just the fact that a lot of people tend to get bullied with that word. A lot of people tend to use the power of that word against vulnerable people. And so I try not to use words like crazy or insane, stuff like that. Like, I'm not great and perfect at avoiding those words. I definitely use them on accident all the time, but I try not to say them. Smeagol is snoring, y'all. It's very adorable.
She's still awake, too.
Yeah, she does that. Ah! Come back! What's that? What do I hear? What is that I hear in the distance, Smeagol? Oh, I don't think it's coming this way. You whispered. Oh, there's a link for you. For me. A link. Excuse me. And take in multiple doses of Valium and alprazolam, and just felt like slightly drowsy, but I can easily function. Oh, I didn't take my meds today. I think they're but yeah. So now y'all know about the origin of Gotham. I'm actually not so crazy and say it's very entertaining. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything wrong with the people who are called crazy by other people. I just think that the fact that people use that word with so much vitriol makes it not a word that I want to use, you know? And again, this is just my own personal choice. I'm not saying, like, no one should say that word. Crazy is an ableist term. Yeah. Like, and that's also why I try and not say stupid and dumb, but that one I'm much worse at avoiding. Like, just to be totally upfront. Basically, like, if it's a word that I can hear, like, schoolyard bullies using, like, against, like, a helpless little kid, I'm not gonna use that word. And that's just me. No peer pressure here for you to not say it. Like, everyone should do what they are comfortable with. Give me a full mood and I can have fun. It's funny. Stupid or dumb are going to get hard to get rid of. Yeah, it's really hard to get rid of. Especially when, like, so many other people use it all the time, you know? Like, it's way worse than the R word, because the R word, like, when people are saying that, it's usually with at least some sense of malice. Not always, obviously. But that's a much harsher word than, like, dumb or crazy. And so that's more, like, you definitely notice when you say that more, you know? Whereas dumb, crazy, insane, like, those are just words used so casually, which is part of why I don't want to say them, because of how casually they're used all the time, including by me. Power Socks sounds exactly the same on your tracks and in person.
Yeah, I looked her up. Crystal Bowersock, she was on Idol in 2010 after two of Swift's albums were released.
Sorry, Rude Ricky.
I must dig deeper.
I also teach my kids not to say hate, but say strongly dislike unless you truly understand that you hate something. Yeah, like, I was taught never to say hate, and no, I disagree with that.
Sorry, Jess, I can't listen to her right now because on the stream I will listen to her afterwards and make an evaluation on the sound aspect. I just meant, like, Taylor Swift was obviously already released and therefore wouldn't have been able to be on Idol before Bowersocks was on Idol. So if Taylor Swift was on Idol, it would have to have been 2004 or earlier. So, what do you mean afterwards? I'm confused.
That you'll talk about it afterwards?
Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha. Cool, yes. I'm gonna have to go back through the chat to make sure I haven't missed something, because I am confused now. I'll message you separately after the stream is over, and you can, like, re-explain, because one of those things on this side is, like, I'm having to jump between 4 or 5 different conversations, and I lose track. So I may be confused as to what you have intended the whole time. The Taylor Swift would have had 2 albums released, and would have been actually working on Speak Now during the time of that Crystal was even on Idol. And so we've been talking about, like, Taylor Swift, after she's had 3 albums released and is already a multi-platinum record holder, like, going on American Idol is like American Idol would have found that like laughable. It's like you're one of the most famous pop stars in existence right now.
Don't those shows have like little mini concerts that they do, like with established artists? Like I know like Queen came and performed on American Idol, and that's why Adam Lambert is with them
might
now.
make sense.
So maybe she came and did a performance, and like it was exactly like what a contestant did the year before.
But she couldn't have been eliminated because she could never have been a contestant. Like, I guess
I don't know.
technically she could have been a contestant, but like someone with 3 platinum albums like released
it would be as weird as like a U.S. senator doing a wine internship or something like that.
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't make any sense.
Or it's like me going back to college to get a computer science degree.
Right. I always struggle when trying to type something describing someone mentally challenged. I'm not sure if that is the correct wording because I don't want to type it out. Every time I type it. Yeah, I usually just say like mental disability or something like that along those lines.
I actually think that maybe part of the issue is trying to group all of these very disparate conditions under one banner in the first place.
Definitely.
So, like, you know, because someone like I have strong ADHD, and like that is something that challenges me in the way I think, but putting me under the same umbrella as someone who has problems reading, like that's like these are two unrelated things that have to do with our difficulties mentally, and I don't think that it means anything to even put us under the same umbrella.
Did you see where I put my phone?
Yeah, right. Me, neurodivergent, astonishing.
It does get confusing though. Like I was living with someone who was cheating and then got progressively violent. I wasn't in contact with my family at the time, so I spent 14 months in a half-built casino. Oh my goodness! I didn't have any qualms saying I was homeless. I still connected with homeless people, and I don't know what's wrong with that word. It's not the same as a slur. It's a descriptor, and the phenomena is more problematic than the noun that categorizes it. So here's the thing with that, Andrew. Things like that. It's not that the word itself is problematic or that the people that it describes are problematic. It is the way that that word is used against them that is problematic.
Yeah.
So with homeless, it's the way that people
It's
will
the
just like
mindset.
dismiss.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're home. Like, I don't care. Like, you know. And so like homeless is used as this moniker that has come to mean something different. Like, and so people who are homeless and don't want to fall under that moniker because they don't want people to use that word to describe them. And so yeah, so it is definitely like confusing when you are looking at it from the outside.
Have a good night, Jess.
Oh, good night, Jess. Gotta go pick up David. I hope you had a lot of fun. But yeah, so that's why words like homeless or crazy or like insane, like if you call someone insane, like that automatically gets some sort of link with insane asylum. The R word was the actual diagnosis for years. Yep, and then schoolyard bullies went and turned it around and made it mean something else. Yeah. Homeless versus unhoused. Yeah. Psychomotor is a real medical thing, for example. It totally is. Yeah, like it's an actual medical thing. It's like I can't bring myself to say that word though.
And that particular usage is not about a mental thing either. That's not about an ability or inability to think. It's about literally delayed the ability or having your muscles move at a later time than you intended them to. Which is, I mean, I've never actually heard of psychomotor retardation before, but like I know what exactly that is because it's in the name. Yes, had a great time, Jess.
Oh, found it.
Yep.
Okay. One of my daughters has ASD and ADHD, hence the acronyms. Yeah, definitely. Like calling documented people illegals. Yeah, or calling black people the blacks. You know? Or, yeah. Like, it's that sort of, like, denigration and, like, making it clear, like, I consider these people less than human.
Yeah.
That's the idea behind it.
And you can usually tell from tone
Oh,
whether
yeah.
or not that's the intent.
Totally. And because of the fact that other people will use tones to say that, I just don't want to say it at all.
Yeah.
Because I don't want other people to hear it and think, like, even for a second, that I would agree with that.
It's
Actually,
like...
could you post a picture of JR? I just need to see his hair.
Sure.
And singing in the membrane. Yes, classic. Anytime you put the in front of a group's name, you know it's coming. Yeah, pretty much. Calling people things other than people or qualifying it a woman and a black woman. Yeah. Just go to the images. Yeah. Let's see. Why does JR always have to wear bandanas? Come on. That's not...
I mean, it looks like you're gonna have to put a fucking bandana on him, because, like, that's just what he, like...
That's true.
Yeah.
I was thinking baseball hat, but I guess it could be both. How do you feel about making a baseball hat to go over a bandana?
See?
Most of us live in texts where tone doesn't exist, which is exactly why I try not to say those words. Because I can't say the tone that I have, and so I don't want anyone to ever interpret the tone as the way someone else would say it.
Yeah, I can do that. That's pretty easy. Just let me do the design of both of them, and then and figure out how to attach the hair to it before you attach the hair to it. Like, let's work together on how you're going to attach the hair to it.
I was just going to sculpt the hair on.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just need to take a picture of it and base everything based on that.
Okay. So I'll just do... I'm just working.
Just make sure you keep it dead center. I should be good.
Okay. JR's got a lot of gray hair from memory. Well, I'm not worried about color right now. Just like...
Shape and structure.
Yeah, exactly. Shape and structure. Go look at his Instagram. Oh, that's an idea. He has posted photos of himself right after getting his dreads done. Could you pull up his Instagram? Now Insane in the Membrane is in my head. Did y'all see the picture that JR posted holding John's Funko Dragon that I made? It's very exciting. There. Left. That's all I need.
Okay. Just keep in mind that if you try to keep the hair on the top and on the flat as you can, and only on the back. If you put any on the side, it's going to make it 1,000 times harder. Thank you, Greystorm.
Yeah, he followed me today. I commented on the picture, and so did Rude Ricky. And I was like, oh, I made that. And Rude Ricky was bragging about me. It was very nice. Really sweet.
Oh, sorry, I didn't do it, actually.
How dare you. There's a picture of him and Sprocket, which is perfect, because that's going to be Sprocket.
Good night, Greystorm.
Sleep well. Look at her tail. Do you see that? Do you see that while she's growling? He was super excited. He thought you were kidding. I told him, I was like, yeah, like, I kind of have done, like, a whole line. Like, I'm working on these right now, and I finished these. And he was like, I love that you have, like, a whole, like, list. And I'm like, I didn't plan on this. It just kind of happened. Like,
Also, if y'all can think of anything in terms of accessories for JR, let me know.
JR is getting Sprocket. The thing that I really need help with, like, JR should definitely get more stuff, but we are going to be doing bandana, hat, and Sprocket. I need stuff to add to Franny.
Yeah.
That's the problem I'm having. Because I have Franny's Funko, but I can't think of something else to do. Like, I could do Ramona, but, like, I don't know, I want to kind of do something different, you know?
I feel like we should give them an idea on the scale for what we're doing vis-a-vis this, so that they have some idea
Okay.
what we're talking about.
Well, okay. I can just show them this. Like, with Brett and Brooke, like, they have, like, a gag going on, right? Like, the face and then the wires and stuff. Audie has Bea, and then another thing also, I keep going back and forth on revealing it or not, because I kind of want her to see it first.
Well, I mean, okay.
Not another person. So I'm probably gonna make JR's hat the Dodgers, because he tends to wear that a lot.
So we just
baseball, yeah, Dodgers is baseball.
We just swear all of them to secrecy.
Okay. Everyone who's watching right now, how many people are watching right now?
14.
14 people watching. Okay, it's a secret. I don't know if Audie's watching, or Jordan, but...
I can see if they're in the list. Assuming they're not using, like, a secret account.
Audie, Jordan, are you here? Show yourselves.
Or if you are, just leave the channel for, like, 5 minutes.
Cover your ears and go, like, blah, 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 while looking away.
I don't see them in here.
Okay. Alright. Here's Audie's other accessory. Where's she? In her. Her alt, though. Okay, Atomic Elbow. Just look and see. Are the alts on? Okay. Not logged in, at least. Okay. So here's the secret accessory. I'm allowed to tell. Okay. So, we have an Audie. And she has a piano. And the piano works. Not at the moment, but it will.
I've already got most of the programming done and most of the circuitry wired.
And Jordan's headphones will also work, and they will plug into Audie's piano. So shh, don't tell. But so when I say I need something else for Franny, I don't mean like on that level, but I mean like she needs like an oomph. You know? MK Ultra's just bored. How boring.
Also, the keyboard will actually work as a MIDI controller.
Oh yeah. The keyboard will...
So if you plug it into a MIDI system and press the keys on it, it'll actually like show up as a real keyboard and make notes. I am of whatever I feel like doing, Wiz.
Yeah, pretty much. Paige Lars, keeping the secret. Love it. MK Ultra needs an oomph. What about a microphone since you said stand-up? Ooh, okay. I'm gonna explore stand-up comic in my brain. The microphone might work. So here's where the Funko, like, it's not even close to, like, halfway done. Cause I'm just kind of, like, stuck. Like, so it's her, and, like, I have her in her, like, her fun yellow shirt. Like, I love that shirt. It looks so good on her. But, like, that's it. Like, she's got, like, the Franny sassy pose. But I don't really have anything else. And I'm stuck on what to do. I'm totally kidding, MK Ultra. Like, I thought it was just funny timing. But Aximon. I'm gonna ponder that. Aximon suggested a microphone since she's a stand-up comic.
I like that idea.
And I'm kind of like, if not a microphone, like, I feel like there's something with the stand-up comic that I could plug there. I'm gonna have that in my brain. And a stool. You know what? Oh, thank you, Atomic Elbow. That's actually one of the things that I worked really, like, that's one of the things that I had to, like, Dremel, is her hair. It's a Dragon Ball Z character, I think. So she was originally in jean skirt, denim jacket, and, like, her hair was, like, really big. And so I've kind of, like, brought it down to Franny. You have to wake up in 3 hours and 45 minutes? Oh my gosh, do you have to work out too, or do you get to just watch your nephew work out? Because those are two very different emotions going on there. Okay, I'm not actually gonna mess with him right now. Let him dry. Android number. Yeah, that one.
18. Yeah.
Yeah, go to bed, MK Ultra. Okay, I think I'm not gonna do JR's hair right now.
Okay.
I'll wait, and I'll just, like, that's fine. I don't need to use this. I just always feel bad wasting stuff. Oh, to work, not to work out. Gotcha. Oh, okay. You gotta drive your nephew to work out in the cold dark. Got it.
Case in point, because y'all couldn't see it earlier. So this is the inside of it, with the caps removed. And inside is the microcontroller that I have partially finished programming, which needs to be wired into the switches.
I'll be back.
Okay. So, it's been a lot of interesting stuff to figure out how to wire everything together, especially getting it that small. That's an MT Mega, AT Mega 32U4. I thought about going with ARM, but like a Cortex, but the Mega 32U4 is going to do more than what I needed to do. The main issue is going to be, since I'm going to program in the sounds of a couple songs, is whether or not I can fit those songs and the rest of the programming in the 28K of actual memory that it has, of programmable memory. And if I can't fit it all in there, I'm going to figure out how to wire like extra EEPROM into it, so that I can query data or the data lines. But then I've got to worry about how many actual lines to access the data we have. But ice fingers. Then I figure out a serial communication protocol. What do we use there? It's a whole thing. So I'm hoping to fit all the data in for the songs into the 28K. And I need to do more of my programming stream, which I'm gonna try to do tomorrow.
What?
Nothing, really. Nerd shit.
So, business as usual.
Yep.
I still want to get on my warm bed to get the great cold card. Yeah. So my dad, like, one of his love languages is like tasks, like doing little tasks. And one of the things that he always did that I very clearly remember is on like cold mornings, because my mom would wake up really early to go to work, so it would be like dark outside still. He would get up and go outside and turn on her car so that it would warm up for her, like, while she was getting ready. And, like, yeah, just super sweet. Little things like that. So what I'm saying, MK Ultra, is that you need my dad.
What is on the fucking floor?
Uh-oh. Oh, that is poop. I can smell that.
Yep.
What'd you do to piss off Jadzia?
I don't know.
Jadzia pooped on the floor.
And I stepped in it, like, somewhere else.
Uh-oh. Well, let's take off your shoes.
Yep. And I just gonna stand right here, and you're not gonna move.
I'm making sure I didn't step in it.
No,
I didn't step in it.
I
No.
stepped in it because it's on my fucking coat.
Oh, ew, gross. It smells weird. Jadzia gets really mad when Barbara leaves, and so Barbara's other roommate. You're learning all sorts of secrets
and
tonight.
I just stepped on there.
Oh,
Lovely.
no. Okay, Ultra. That's so funny.
Okay.
So other roommate was gone for like 3 weeks for Christmas. She went to California to visit her family. There's an oh crap guy inside joke.
Oh, lovely.
It's on the floor, yeah. So Jadzia, when she gets mad, likes to utilize poop as a weapon. A while ago, I can't remember what Brian did that made her so mad, but she, like, pooped on his bed. It wasn't funny. At all. Yeah. So I'm not sure where this poop was hidden. I'll never speak of it again. Because I'll probably forget. Yeah. Yeah. You know, like, how there's different types of cats? She's one of the asshole cats. Like, we love her. She's an asshole. She's also, I haven't seen her around in a while, which means that she's hiding because she knew that she did something bad. Paige Lars, I don't know what you're talking about. Poop definitely sends a message, very direct. Yes. She's an excellent communicator. It's one of the things that I would say most about her. There are definitely cats that are not people persons. Well, that's the thing, like, she will, like, it's very polar. Like, it's either she is demanding love and cuddles and, like, refusing to take no for an answer, or she's an asshole and poops on your bed. So yeah. Oh shit, cat. Insurrection cat. Oh my god, 8 cats? You must step and poop all the time, MK Ultra. I have lived with a total of 9 cats. In the different places I have lived. So, I tend to do better with dogs. Like, so it's not that I hate cats. It's that, oh, Andrew, getting dark there. Not 9 cats at once. No, 9 cats cumulatively. The most I've ever lived with at a time is 3. Yeah, I bet, MK Ultra. Why is this tiny inbred lion wolf not behaving to my expectations? So my mom is, like, extremely allergic to both cats and dogs. Basically anything with fur or feathers. The only animals that I got to have as pets growing up were turtles, fish, and geckos. Everything else was, like, would kill my mom. And so, like, if she's in a house with a dog, she will lose her voice within about 15 minutes, if that. But if she is in a house that has a cat in it, she will die in that amount of time. Like, her throat, like, both of them will make her throat close up. It's just degrees of how badly. And so with cats, it's really, really bad. So I was basically told as a kid to stay away from both cats and dogs, or I'd kill my mom. But especially cats. And so yeah, so I was just always, like, wary of cats. And now I've mostly gotten over that, but, like, you know, there's still some residual stuff there. I'm allergic, but anyway, I just vacuum a lot and take Benadryl. Yeah. I have a lot of friends like that, where they're allergic, but they still have them. My mom, like, that's not an option. Like, it's just not an option. She couldn't even do that. Cats will take less than a day to start eating you after you're dying and start at your face. Dogs will, yeah. It's interesting how that works. They start at your hands. My asthma doesn't care for cats usually. Yeah. My only, like, issue with cats, like, personally, is that I really don't like the way that their fur... Yeah, that's your poop, you little asshole! That's you! You did that!
Are we absolutely certain?
Quite.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't see it before you stepped in it.
It does appear to have come from right there.
That seems like a Jadzia thing. Smeagol would, like, go under somewhere and out of the way. The cat showed up.
And Smeagol didn't even leave the couch.
Hi! Yeah, you know what you did. She's also acting guilty. Have you noticed how we haven't seen her in a while?
Does that smell real good to you? Do you like the way that smells?
I've only had one cat in my adult life. He was amazing.
Hey, look the way that smells. You like that?
That's
huh?
Mom. That's so sad. Yeah, I don't like the way that like individual furs
No.
feel on my face. Like it will drive me crazy. I will like be like rubbing at my face trying to get them off because it just tickles in a way that is extremely unpleasant to me. Other than that, I'm pretty cool with cats now. But mildly allergic, I have a cat anyway. You get a good dose of cat dander from emptying the vacuum. Oh god, yeah, it makes you feel like you were poisoned. I bet. We have hard floors with rugs.
And it looks like she didn't get on the rug somehow, despite being right next to it.
Amazing.
Yeah, like there doesn't seem to be any on the rug all the way back.
Oh, she's not mad at me, but she'll be mad at Brian. I yell at her, like, she doesn't care. She only cares if we shoot her with a Nerf gun, or, you know.
Rub her face and shit?
Yeah.
Not literally rub, but...
Yeah.
Make her smell it deeply. Yeah, you did that.
Hi. Yeah. But yeah. So, Spinkle is my first dog, which is an interesting introduction to dogs and pet ownership in general. My last cat lived 16 years. Wow, 16 years. That's amazing. Alien Sock Puppet, you got to have your cat for so long. That's awesome. I know that that's gotta be awful, though. Like, I genuinely live in terror of that inevitability. Well, cats can be vengeful. They plot. Yeah, oh, I know. She shit on Brian's bed, remember? But yeah, she ran under the couch now.
Yeah, I heard. Do you have paper towels over there still?
I choose so much. Where did they go? Maybe not. My parents are friends with this elderly couple. They are totally adorable, but one or both clearly have psychological issues. They had almost 30 cats. Jesus Christ. I only visited once, but my eyes and throat were stinging, and of course the smell was so bad. But the man had a stroke and almost got me home, but I love cats very much. That's... like, animal hoarders, to that degree, are just... like... I get that you love cats, but loving them that much is harmful to them, you know? Yeah. 30's wild. I would never laugh at something so serious, Paige Lars. Yeah. Look what you did to that box. It's a good thing I don't care how valuable the Funko is. Yeah. Yeah. I love you. You're so good. You're so good. At some point it's just insanitary. Yeah, like you really can't keep your house clean. Like, I mean, MK Ultra is saying, like, non-stop poop shuffling with 8. What's 30 like? You know? No wonder your eyes and throat were all angry. I mean, Paige Lars, how can you not love Blood Spot? Asking for favorites among children, Andrew? Can't believe you. It's cruel. Oh, nice. Couple of extra mustard. Poop comes from the butt, are you sure?
Not sure about that, but I know pee is stored in the balls.
I've heard that. Can you keep an eye out for the TENS packs? Because the ones that I had no longer work.
Okay.
The rest can be challenged. Yeah, I've lived multiple times with 3 cats at once. Like, different sets of cats. Different houses, different roommates. Oh no, we're Ricky! But we need you here! No coat.
I'm really glad I noticed that as soon as I did.
Yeah. Right. Their house wasn't clean, but they were genuinely kind and decent. It was hard to think back to them who live like that. Yeah, it's like you can't like think badly of them as people because they like clearly if you have that many cats it's because you are saving the cats and you love cats and you want to take care of them and give them good lives, you know? But doing so is not actually considering what's best for the cats. Like, it's considering what's best for you, but not actually considering what's best for you. Because it's not good for you.
And overall, it's not going to end up being good for the cats either.
I used to only have 3, but I took in a stray and she had 4 kittens. Oof. Yeah, that'll do it. I have 1 puppy who thinks I'm her husband. Aww. They all know where to come for hugs and treats. Aww. Split them up. Yeah, definitely. I've had other friends have similar issues and become like, I didn't mean to have this many animals. It's a classic tale of this time, you know? Ever since we first domesticated the wolves and the tigers?
No,
What
just
would be
like
the first domesticated cat?
it's basically a wild cat in Africa.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't anything big like that. No.
They were a cute little cat pod. Oh.
Oh, big cats can't purr.
Oh. That's weird. I always thought they could. I feel like Disney lied to me, but I don't know that for sure.
They do something that kind of sounds like purring, but it's not true purring because their physical throat structures are different.
Sure. But yeah, so I've never had a cat. I've just lived with some.
To be fair, every cat owner would say the same thing.
Huh, that's true. I've never been responsible for taking care of the life needs of a cat.
There, it's more accurate, yeah. I think it was here or here, one of the 2 spots. And like you came back, but you didn't step on it, and I stepped on it trying to leave.
That's weird.
And we just didn't notice it.
Now it smells like lemon instead of shit, everyone. Much preferable. My goodness. Domestic cats came from the wild cat in Egypt, right? I believe that, like, Egyptians were the ones to domesticate them, right? Yeah.
At least we believe so.
Like, the original, like, the Egyptian name for cat is, like, Mao. So basically, they just named the cat after the sound that the cat makes, which I love. Like, I think I saw, like, a Tumblr post or something where it was like, I imagine, like, an ancient Egyptian being like, well, what's your name? Meow. That's a beautiful name! Like, Bast is the cat goddess, yeah. Did Trenchy check his bedroom? Trenchy! Did you check your bedroom for poop? What? Paige Lars wants to know if you checked your bedroom for poop.
My bedroom stays locked at all times.
Oh yeah, ever since the poop incident, the bedroom is now locked at all times, that's right.
For exactly this fucking reason.
Upset or ill off school on the sofa, and one of our cats would sit on my belly. People think cats don't give a fuck, but they're very empathetic. Oh no, no. I think that cats, I think that cats are empathetic. It's just a lot of cats are empathetic but don't care. You know, like, they know. They know how you're feeling, but they're like...
They can feel your suffering, and they enjoy it.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I don't remember how, but, like, they found out that cats have, like, one of the longest amounts of warning, before earthquakes, out of all animals. But they're the only ones that, like, don't warn humans. Like, they know, they just don't. I'm not gonna let you know. The poop incident, yes. Yes, it's capitalized in this house. My cats comfort me when they think I'm sad. You are very good, I hope you suffer. Cats show emotions differently, they don't have as many facial muscles. Yeah, but they definitely show emotion. Like, I can see why so many people would think otherwise, but they definitely do.
The problem is all of those emotions are spite.
I feel like I should apologize to all of my friends who were like so sad that I didn't like their cats back when I was afraid of cats because of my mom. Because it's like, I did not like your cat. It's that I didn't trust cats yet.
Gee, I wonder why.
Because they tried to kill my mom.
Because they shit and piss on everything.
So I'm pretty sure that this is from a movie called Happy Face with Anna Faris. But there's a scene, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on here before because it just makes me laugh. But it's like a stoner comedy, and she's on the couch, and she's like, I want some lasagna. Man, Garfield loves lasagna. Garfield's funny. I should have a picture of Garfield in my apartment. No! I should have a picture of President Garfield in my apartment, and then people will come over and they'll be like, why do you have a picture of President Garfield in your apartment? And I'll be like, because I love lasagna, duh. And I think that that's very funny.
It's also a prime example of how ADHD brains work.
Oh yeah.
Because all of that thought process happened under a quarter of a second.
Well, no, it was a stoner. So,
yeah.
It took longer than a quarter of a second. But your
ADHD,
point stands, yes.
In an ADHD brain, that took a quarter of a second.
Yeah. In a stoner brain, it took a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Or a picture of the Garfield meets guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen the movie. I've just seen, like, that one scene a long time ago. But I remember it because of how funny it is. So. Garfield fandom? Of course Garfield fandom exists. Why wouldn't Garfield fandom exist? I'm confused as to when people can and can't post links in the chat. Like, I'm glad that Rhetoriku could. I'm just curious why other people couldn't before. Like, what's the thing here? Is it because of the diamond? He opened a chain of Garfield restaurants? Oh my goodness. Oh, I've heard of the Garfield restaurants. I've never been to one, but I've heard of them. I forgot that those are real.
I'm going to be busy cleaning my shoes and my coat. If you need to stop the stream, all you have to do is click that stop streaming button after you do the raid.
Do you know where some of the medical pads are? Because I need those. And I have no idea where any are. If not, go do what you need to do. President Garfield might have been assassinated on this Saturday, but he really hates Mondays. Do you guys know where the, like, I asked Brian the other day if he knew, and he didn't, which surprised me, but do you know where the whole, like, I hate Mondays thing comes from? Does anyone know? I'm just curious. You know where it comes from, Pages? Anyone else? I'm just curious. Like, because I never know, like, with how much I read about everything, it's not the Mamas and the Papa song. No, the Mamas and the Papa song is based on an event that happened. So, in the 70s or 60s, I can't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up again, because it's been a while since I read about it. But, there was a young woman who lived across the street from the high school that she had gone to, and she had only graduated a couple years before the incident happened. And I mean, it's not necessarily not because of that MK Ultra, but here's where the quote comes from. And so, one day she just took out a gun and started firing at kids across the street. Just out of nowhere, just decided to do that. And when they apprehended her and they arrested her and they asked why she did that, her answer was, "I really hate Mondays," or "I hate Mondays." One of those. And that's when that became, like, obviously everyone hated Mondays before then, but that's when, like, that sentence took on, like, a thing and became, like, a song or graffiti, you know? Used to be everyone, but I said it's mods and PIPs. Okay, that makes sense. Ricky, thank you. 1979, and it was Cleveland Elementary School. Brenda Spencer, thank you. Nice. Yeah. And that's a song by the Boomtown Rats was born, yeah. No. That's where I Hate Mondays comes from, so I dislike Garfield even more now. I don't know that, like, Garfield would have done it intentionally on, like, that level. Like, I'd like to think that it wasn't that. I'd like to think that that was something that they came to separately. But either way, that is the origin of the popularity of the phrase. So yeah. We have unions to blame for Mondays, but we have unions to thank for weekends. So win-lose. Yeah, I think that happened here in New York City. The Nike Just Do It is whatever the phrase. Does it come from that? Interesting. I had never heard of that. I'd have to check that. But she was still in school. I thought that she had just graduated. Okay, thank you, Page Flowers. Apparently there was a song made about the shooting Boomtown Rats. Yeah, there's been a couple songs written about it. But yeah. My first, like, exposure to the saying was in the opening montage of The Breakfast Club. Like, it's some graffiti scratched into a wall somewhere. And that's the first time that I can remember seeing that as a thing. Besides, you know, Garfield. There's so many, like, where we get our expressions. It's wild. The different origins of things that are, like, really dark and people have no idea. Or really racist and people have no idea, which is also really dark. So that's Salt Dragon. And I gotta do a little more touching on Anna's face. I'm not touching your shit, Snakes. I'm fading. Time for me to call it a night. Good night, alien sock puppet. We're probably gonna wrap up soon. Tomorrow is gonna be movie night, although I have not quite decided exactly what movie it will be. But pay attention to the Discord, and we'll figure it out. And it should be fun, either way. So tomorrow night, make sure that you're keeping an eye on Discord. Her and her father shared the bed, and many people think she did it to escape her father, and it was revealed usage. Child Protective Services was called on father multiple times before the shooting. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part of the story. I remember, like, reading all about it, but it was a while ago, so a lot of the details. See you tomorrow. Tori Amos covered the Boomtown Rat song on the Strange Little Girls album. Okay, so it's a cover. The sinister story of Nike's Just Do It slogan, which sure I've read about those last words, but I didn't realize that there was any sort of connection at all. I'm trying to remember who the murderer was. I try not to, like, when I'm reading about true crime, I try to focus more on the victims than the killers. Obviously, you know, like, there are some killers where you're going to be focused on the killer no matter what. But yeah. So I'm not sure exactly which killer it is that said that, but I do remember reading about a killer who said that. But there's also like, there are multiple people who have been executed with some variation of that sentiment being their last words. So, but I know that there was one in specifically, who said just do it. When I learned about her, after she said the famous line, she shut down. Yeah. It's just, I always get so sad when I learn about how people became the fucked up version of themselves that they became. You know, like, what happened to cause that person to break down so much that they became this monster, you know? And yeah, like, and it always just makes me really sad when I find out, but more, able to understand, I guess. It's a good thing because the victims are often, I can remember the Pulse shooter's name, but I can't tell you a single one of the victims. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the big problems. Like, in the West Memphis 3 case, there's the guy who did the documentaries that I recommended for you guys, the Forgotten West Memphis 3, and so he has a show that he does called Truth and Justice. It's in podcast form, and I really recommend it if you're interested. His name is Bob Ruff, and what he does is he used to work for the Innocence Project, I think, and he will, like, find cases of people who were wrongfully convicted and will help prove that they were wrongfully convicted. And so obviously he came across the case for the West Memphis 3 at one point, and he was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that all this happened to these boys. Like, I need to tell my boss about this case, because this would work really well for us. And then he went to go and brief his boss on the case and couldn't remember the names of the victims. And he was so horrified by his inability to remember their names. Oh, thank you for the follow, Dr. Morticia. Oh, and Greystone3 cheered 100 bits and I missed it. Thank you, Dr. Morticia. Or, thank you, Dr. Morticia, for the stretch. And thank you, Greystone3, for the 100 bits. Sorry, I didn't thank you before. But welcome, Dr. Morticia. Great name. But yeah, I try to actively avoid learning the names of shooters when a shooting happens, and I always get frustrated when I learn it against my will. But, you know, when you follow the news super closely, it's kind of unavoidable. We put more focus on the active violence on the perpetrator than we do on the victim and the effects of their absence on their surviving family. Yeah. It's so messed up. Yeah, like, so I've been watching Criminal Minds for the first time, because Mandy Patinkin's character is based off of John Douglas and Jim Clemente, who were two, like, legendary FBI profilers. If you've watched Mindhunter on Netflix, the show with Jonathan Groff, he's also based off of them. Mostly John Douglas. But so yeah, so I really like those two guys and their work, and I admire them a lot because they're very, very strong and ethically good human beings with pure intentions. And so I'm watching Criminal Minds, and like watching it with the eyes of someone from 2022 when the show's in like it started in 2005, like it's so different because like there are times where like the good guys will be doing stuff and I'm like, that's police brutality, like, or that's leading the witness to confession, you know, or different stuff like that. And then like I keep thinking about the victims after the episode ends because I'm like, well, that person just got like PTSD for life. Like, you just destroyed that person's psyche completely. You know, obviously not them, but like and every single member of the team has major PTSD, and like none of them are in therapy or anything. And it's like, you see all these things every single day, and you're not in therapy. Like, how is that not mandatory for the FBI? And just like for example, there was one episode where early on, and they got better about this. But like someone finds out that like all the people around her who have been getting shot are because she has a stalker, and the stalker is killing them, right? And so she's like, all these people are getting shot because of me? And their answer is, we don't know for sure. The answer is, no, it is not because of you. It is because there is like a psycho out there who doesn't like, you know, like, you never ever let anyone even think for a moment that they are to blame for something like that. They also give lots of false hope. Like, I promise you we're gonna get her, we're gonna find her. You know, stuff like that. Like, you can't do that. You can't do that to people. Stuff like that. And so yeah, so I get really, really distracted with the victims, and instead of the murderer or whatever. And yeah, so yeah. Having said, it's almost up, yeah. Having said that, I was watching 24 Hours in Police Custody, the legal limit you can hold someone after arrest without a charge without a judge's say so. That's different in all countries. But 24 Hours, I'm guessing, is the UK one, or the English one. This guy basically beat his baby to death 10 minutes drive away from me. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, and unfortunately not uncommon. Thanks for another great stream, Danny, Brian, and Sneeze. I've gotta go now, watch free stuff tonight. Okay, thank you so much for joining Atomic Elbow. Enjoy the rest of your day. The name of the show? Criminal Minds? It's really good. Like, I don't like procedurals very much, but this one seems to be a little different. Like, they aren't really focused on, like, the grisly details of the case. They're really focused on, like, the science behind behavioral science, which I really enjoy. So it's weird. I'm not touching your stuff. I'm not touching your stuff. 6:92. Oh my goodness. I mean, aren't we all night owls, MK Ultra? I feel like we've kind of proved that over the years. Oh my gosh, my hair is driving me crazy. My hair is probably gonna look different next time you see me, if I get around to it. It's too poofy. It's bothering me. And the thing is that with my hair, like, anytime I cut just a little bit off, it looks way more dramatic than it is just because it gets more curly. So, yeah. Night butt. Gross butt spot. Goodness. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start wrapping up. We're gonna, excuse me, madam. We're gonna see how I do wrapping up my, on my own. Who's online right now? Sounds Sounds like a gig, you know. Yep. The show does change because they do seem to try to actually find the right person and do stop the cops when they're out of line. Definitely the beginning of the first season, they are working things out. I'm on season 3. Like I'm about almost halfway through season 3, I'd say. I watch them at like 1.25 speed or 1.5 speed because I can't handle people talking slowly. But yeah. I'll work, finish, then crash randomly in the day. So who is on right now? 2. Pause. Okay. Looks like oh, John Lee Music is on. Oh, he's at his live gig right now. Probably Bagel. Let's try Bagel out. We've never rated them. Bagel Rabbit. Just talking to myself as I navigate things. Surgeons working from home is a little touch and go. That's true. Thank you, Rhetorico. Every season except the final season. Okay, we're gonna raid Bagel Rabbit. It's intended for mature audiences, so please be 18 or over. Thank you. Oh, Schmeagol! This is for Templars! You get all the love. You get all the love. Just in case. I will let Brian know. Everyone says goodnight. I'm not mature enough. Okay. Alright. I'm good. Thank you everyone for hanging out on this Chaturday. And we will keep an eye on Discord tomorrow because I will let you know about movie night. So yeah, if you're not on the Discord, please join the Discord. And I'm going to send everyone over. Oh, thank you, Andrew. You guys have a wonderful rest of your night or day, whatever it is where you are, and your tomorrow. And I will see you later. Bye.